Good evening. Tonight, we're tracing the complete history of buffalo wings, from the ancient domestication of chickens in Southeast Asia around 6000 BCE to the billion-dollar industry that spans every corner of modern America. It's a story that spans 8,000 years, crosses 4 continents, and reveals how discarded scraps became one of the most beloved foods in American culture. This is how unwanted chicken parts transformed into an iconic dish that defines contemporary food culture. If you enjoy these deep dives into history, hit that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world, late at night or early morning, for these journeys into the past. Phone face down, volume at a whisper. Let's go in. The story begins not in a buffalo tavern in 1964, but in the dense jungles of Southeast Asia 8,000 years ago. Archaeological evidence from sites in northern Thailand and southern China suggests that humans first domesticated the red jungle fowl, the wild ancestor of all modern chickens, sometime around 6000 BCE. These early chickens bore little resemblance to the birds we know today. They were smaller, leaner, and far more capable of flight than their modern descendants. The people who first corralled these birds likely valued them for their eggs initially, and only secondarily for their meat. The relationship between humans and chickens began as one of convenience and proximity, with the birds scavenging around human settlements and gradually becoming dependent on human-provided food sources. From these origins in Southeast Asia, chickens spread along ancient trade routes with remarkable speed. By 3000 BCE, they had reached the Indus Valley in what is now Pakistan and India. Egyptian tomb paintings from around 1500 BCE clearly depict chickens, indicating their presence in North Africa. The Phoenicians, those master traders of the ancient Mediterranean, carried chickens westward to Greece and Rome by the 8th century BCE. Each culture that encountered chickens adapted them to local conditions and preferences. The Romans, characteristically systematic, developed several distinct breeds and wrote extensively about chicken husbandry. The agricultural writer Columella, writing in the 1st century CE, provided detailed instructions on constructing chicken coops, managing breeding programs, and preparing various chicken dishes. Interestingly, even in Roman cuisine, known for its adventurous and varied menus, chicken wings rarely received special mention. They were parts of the whole bird, nothing more. The medieval period saw chickens firmly established across Europe, Asia, and North Africa. In European farmyards, chickens occupied a particular ecological niche. They required less space than larger livestock, could forage for much of their own food, and provided both eggs and occasional meat. Medieval cookbooks, when they mentioned chicken at all, focused on roasted whole birds or chicken pies made from chopped meat. The concept of separating a chicken into individual parts for different culinary purposes existed, but it followed a strict hierarchy. Breast meat, being the largest portion of lean meat, went to the wealthy. Legs and thighs might be served to middle-class households. The wings, along with the back, neck, and feet, were relegated to making broth or feeding servants and the poor. When European colonizers began arriving in the Americas in the late 15th and early 16th centuries, chickens came with them. Christopher Columbus brought chickens on his second voyage in 1493. Spanish conquistadors carried them into Mexico and South America. English settlers loaded chickens onto ships bound for Virginia and Massachusetts. These birds proved remarkably adaptable to New World conditions. Within a few generations, chickens had become ubiquitous on American farms from New England to the Carolinas. A typical colonial farmstead in the 1600s or 1700s might have a dozen chickens scratching around the yard, providing eggs for the family and occasional meat for special occasions or when a bird stopped laying. In colonial and early American cuisine, chicken occupied an interesting position. It was neither as prestigious as beef or as common as pork. Chickens were more valuable alive, producing eggs, than dead on a dinner plate. When families did slaughter a chicken, perhaps for Sunday dinner or to honor a visiting preacher, they used every part possible. The meat went into the pot for chicken and dumplings or a pie. The organs became giblet gravy. The bones and less desirable parts, including the wings, went into the stock pot to create broth for soups and sauces. American cookbooks from the 18th and 19th centuries contain numerous recipes for whole roasted chicken, chicken fricassee, and chicken pie. None mention chicken wings as a separate dish. The wings were simply too small, too bony, and too difficult to eat to merit individual attention. This hierarchy of chicken parts reflected both practical and cultural considerations. Breast meat offered the most edible flesh with the least effort. It could be sliced cleanly, served elegantly, and eaten with knife and fork in the manner expected at proper tables. Legs and thighs, while darker and fattier, still provided substantial portions of meat. Wings presented a different challenge altogether. Each wing contained relatively little meat wrapped around multiple small bones and joints. Eating a wing meant either gnawing meat off bones, considered uncouth in polite society, or spending considerable time picking tiny bits of meat away from the skeletal structure. In an era when elaborate table manners signified social status, chicken wings simply didn't fit the model of respectable dining. The Industrial Revolution began transforming American chicken production in the late 19th century. The first commercial hatcheries appeared in the 1880s, allowing farmers to purchase chicks rather than relying on hens to brood their own. Improved transportation, particularly refrigerated rail cars, meant that chickens raised in one region could be slaughtered and shipped to distant cities. By the early 1900s, dedicated chicken farms were emerging, operations that focused solely on raising poultry rather than maintaining chickens as one component of a diversified farm. These changes increased the supply of chicken available to urban consumers and began the long process of transforming chicken from an occasional luxury to an everyday protein. Yet even as chicken production industrialized, the hierarchy of parts remained unchanged. When a chicken arrived at a butcher shop or market in the early 20th century, it typically came whole. Butchers would break down the bird according to customer requests, and those requests reflected traditional preferences. Families with means purchased breasts. Working-class customers bought legs and thighs, And the wings, they cost almost nothing when they were sold at all. More often, butchers accumulated wings throughout the day and either sold them in bulk for pennies to be used in soup stocks, or simply threw them away. In the emerging industrial food system, chicken wings represented the ultimate in food waste, a part of a valuable animal that had essentially no commercial value. The first decades of the 20th century saw chicken gradually become more affordable and more popular across American society. Herbert Hoover's 1928 presidential campaign promised a chicken in every pot, recognizing that regular access to chicken still represented prosperity for many Americans. By the 1930s and 1940s, chicken was appearing on tables more frequently, though it remained more expensive than pork or beef. The infrastructure for large-scale chicken production was developing, with farms in Delaware, Maryland, and Arkansas becoming specialized poultry regions. Breeding programs created birds that grew faster and larger, with particular attention paid to developing bigger breasts, the premium cut that drove sales and profits. Through all of this development, chicken wings remained an afterthought at best. Processing plants accumulated them by the barrel. Some went to rendering facilities to be processed into animal feed. Others were sold to institutions, prisons, hospitals, industrial cafeterias, where cost mattered more than prestige. A few enterprising cooks in African American and working class communities discovered that wings, when cooked properly, could be quite tasty despite their awkward structure. Deep frying wings until the skin became crispy made them more palatable. Slow simmering them in flavorful sauces could make the effort of picking them worthwhile. But these preparations remained firmly in the realm of home cooking and necessity, far from anything resembling a restaurant, dish, or commercial product. By the early 20th century, chicken wings were considered waste, given to servants, thrown away, or boiled for broth. No one imagined they could become anything else. The transformation of chicken wings from waste product to iconic food required more than just culinary innovation. It required a particular kind of space, a specific cultural moment, and a city where working-class people gathered to drink, socialize, and eat. That space was the American tavern, and the years between 1920 and 1960 shaped it into exactly the kind of institution where something as unlikely as buffalo wings could be born. The story of American bar culture in the 20th century begins, paradoxically, with the effort to eliminate it entirely. On January 17, 1920, the 18th Amendment to the Constitution took effect, prohibiting the manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages throughout the United States. Prohibition, as it became known, was intended to eliminate the saloon, that male-dominated space where workers spent their wages on drink, while their families went hungry. Instead, prohibition created the speakeasy, an underground drinking establishment that operated in violation of federal law. Throughout the 1920s, thousands of speakeasies flourished in American cities. They ranged from elaborate nightclubs with entertainment and fine dining to dingy basement rooms where industrial alcohol was served in teacups. Speakeasy culture changed drinking in America in ways that would outlast prohibition itself. The illegal nature of these establishments meant that women, previously excluded from most saloons, could enter without social stigma. Everyone was breaking the law together. The need for secrecy meant that speakeasies developed elaborate systems of passwords, hidden entrances, and lookouts. The lack of legal regulation meant that quality varied wildly, and speakeasy operators became adept at masking poor quality alcohol with mixers and flavorings. Most importantly for our story, speakeasies established the precedent that drinking spaces should offer food. A speakeasy that served food could claim to be a restaurant if raided, providing a thin veneer of legitimacy. This period cemented the American expectation that bars should feed their customers, not just provide drink. When Prohibition ended on December 5, 1933, with the ratification of the 21st Amendment, American drinking culture exploded back into the light. Cities and states rushed to license taverns and bars. In many places, the number of legal drinking establishments quickly surpassed pre-Prohibition levels. These post-Prohibition taverns inherited aspects of both the old saloon and the speakeasy. Like saloons, they were neighborhood institutions where working men gathered after shifts. Like speakeasies, they welcomed women and served food alongside drink. The 1930s and 1940s saw the development of what would become the classic American tavern, a dimly lit room with a long bar, a few tables, a jukebox or radio, and a kitchen producing simple, hearty food. Tavern food in this era followed specific patterns dictated by both economics and drinking culture. The tradition of the free lunch, food provided at no charge to drinking customers, persisted in many working-class bars. These weren't elaborate meals, but rather salted and pickled items designed to encourage thirst. Salted peanuts, pretzels, pickled eggs, and pickled pig's feet were standard offerings. Taverns that charged for food kept menus simple and prices low. Sandwiches, soups, and stews predominated. The goal was to provide sustenance that complemented drinking without requiring extensive kitchen facilities or skilled cooking. Food was secondary to drink, but it was expected. In Catholic working-class communities, tavern culture developed a particularly important weekly ritual. The Catholic practice of abstaining from meat on Fridays created a demand for fish dishes that many home cooks found challenging. Frying fish required significant amounts of hot oil and created lingering smells, neither desirable in small urban apartments. Beginning in the 1930s and accelerating after World War II, Catholic parishes and neighborhood taverns began offering Friday fish fries. These became social events where families could gather, fulfill their religious obligations, and enjoy a meal they might not prepare at home. The Friday fish fry established the pattern of taverns serving substantial fried foods as weekly specials, creating both the equipment and the customer expectations that would later prove crucial for buffalo wings. Buffalo, New York, was precisely the kind of city where this tavern culture flourished. Located at the eastern end of Lake Erie, Buffalo had grown throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries into a major industrial center. The city's position made it a crucial transshipment point, where goods moving between the Great Lakes and the Erie Canal changed hands. Massive grain elevators lined the waterfront, storing wheat and corn bound for eastern markets. Steel mills, railroad yards, and automobile plants employed tens of thousands of workers. By 1950, Buffalo was the 15th largest city in America, with a population exceeding 580,000 people. The industrial nature of Buffalo created a particular demographic character. The city's factories and mills drew waves of European immigrants throughout the early 20th century. Polish, Italian, German, and Irish workers arrived seeking employment in Buffalo's booming industries. These immigrants settled in distinct neighborhoods organized around ethnic parishes and mutual aid societies. The West Side became heavily Polish and German. The East Side saw substantial Italian settlement. The First Ward, along the waterfront, housed Irish dockworkers and grain scoopers. Each neighborhood developed its own network of churches, social clubs, and taverns. Buffalo's taverns served multiple functions in these working-class neighborhoods. They were places where men cashed paychecks, unions held meetings, and ethnic organizations gathered. They provided warmth in Buffalo's brutal winters and air-conditioned refuge from its humid summers. They operated as informal employment agencies where workers learned about job openings and bosses found laborers. The food served in these taverns reflected the city's blue-collar character, substantial, inexpensive, and designed to complement serious drinking. Beef on weck, a roast beef sandwich on a kummelweck roll, became Buffalo's signature tavern food in this era. Polish taverns served kielbasa and pierogi. Italian establishments offered pasta and meatballs. On the corner of Main Street and North Streets, in a working-class Italian-American neighborhood on Buffalo's west side, stood a modest tavern called the Anchor Bar. Frank Bellissimo and his wife Teresa had established the Anchor Bar in 1939, joining hundreds of similar establishments serving Buffalo's neighborhoods. Frank and Teresa were Italian immigrants who had arrived in America as part of the great wave of Southern European immigration in the early 20th century. They brought with them the Italian tradition of hospitality, good food, and wine as elements of daily life. The Anchor Bar reflected this heritage. It was larger than many neighborhood taverns, with a full bar, table seating, and a kitchen that prepared Italian-American dishes for the local community. The Anchor Bar's location placed it at the heart of Buffalo's working-class life. Factory workers stopped by after shifts at nearby industrial plants. Families came for Friday fish fries and Sunday dinners. The bar attracted a mixed clientele: Italian families from the immediate neighborhood, Polish and Irish workers from nearby areas, and the occasional visitor from downtown. Like most Buffalo taverns of the period, the Anchor Bar served standard American bar food alongside Italian specialties. The kitchen fried fish on Fridays, prepared simple pasta dishes, and offered sandwiches and soups. Nothing on the menu was particularly unusual or innovative. The Anchor Bar succeeded by providing consistent food, fair prices, and a welcoming atmosphere, the same formula that sustained thousands of similar establishments across urban America. World War II temporarily disrupted Buffalo's industrial and social patterns as young men enlisted and factories converted to war production. When veterans returned in 1945 and 1946, they came home to a changed city and a changed country. The post-war economic boom brought unprecedented prosperity to industrial cities like Buffalo. Steel mills ran at capacity. Automotive plants expanded. Wages rose, and working-class families suddenly had disposable income. The GI Bill enabled veterans to purchase homes, often in new suburbs developing on Buffalo's outskirts. Television, still a novelty in the late 1940s, became standard in middle-class homes by the mid-1950s. These changes reshaped tavern culture in subtle but important ways. Bars installed television sets to attract customers who wanted to watch sporting events, boxing matches in the late 1940s, baseball throughout the 1950s, and increasingly, professional football. The communal viewing of sports became a central feature of bar culture, creating shared experiences that bound customers together and encouraged longer visits. Taverns adapted their service patterns around television schedules, offering food specials during major games. The social function of bars intensified even as some aspects of their role diminished. Men no longer needed taverns to cash paychecks or find work, but they still gathered to watch games, celebrate occasions, and maintain neighborhood bonds. By the late 1950s, Frank and Teresa Bellissimo had run the Anchor Bar for 2 decades. They had navigated wartime restrictions, post-war adjustments, and the changing patterns of Buffalo's neighborhoods. Their son, Dominic, Dom to everyone who knew him, had grown up in the bar and was increasingly involved in its operation. The Anchor Bar had weathered competition from newer suburban establishments and adapted to changing customer preferences. It remained what it had always been, a neighborhood gathering place where working-class Buffalo residents could find good food, cold beer, and familiar faces. The tavern culture that had developed in Buffalo and cities like it across America had created specific conditions. Bars had commercial deep fryers for Friday fish fries. They served foods designed to complement drinking, salty, spicy, shareable items. They catered to working-class customers who expected generous portions at reasonable prices. They functioned as communal spaces where innovation could be tested immediately on a ready audience, and crucially, they existed in a cultural moment when Americans were becoming more adventurous in their eating habits, more willing to try foods that required hands-on eating, and more accustomed to snacking while watching television. By the 1960s, Buffalo's bars had developed their own rhythms and traditions. What happened on one late night in 1964 would change American food culture forever. The exact circumstances of how buffalo wings came into existence remain frustratingly unclear, disputed even among the people who were present that night. This ambiguity is not unusual in food history. Many iconic dishes have murky origins, their creation stories polished and altered through decades of retelling. What we can say with certainty is that sometime in 1964, most likely on a Friday night in early March, Teresa Bellissimo created something new in the kitchen of the Anchor Bar. The details of why and how she did it depend on which version of the story you believe. The most widely accepted account, the one Teresa herself told most consistently in later years, goes like this. It was late on a Friday night, approaching midnight. The Anchor Bar was winding down from its usual busy Friday fish fry crowd. Teresa's son Dom arrived with a group of friends, young men in their early 20s who had been out drinking and were now hungry. They asked Teresa if she could make them something to eat. The kitchen had mostly shut down for the night, and the standard menu offerings would have taken too long to prepare. Teresa needed to improvise something quick that would satisfy a group of hungry young men without requiring extensive preparation. According to this version, Teresa looked around her kitchen for available ingredients. She found chicken wings, several pounds of them that had been delivered earlier that day. In some tellings, these wings had been delivered by mistake, sent by a supplier when Teresa had ordered other chicken parts for making stock. In other versions, Teresa had ordered the wings intentionally because they were inexpensive, planning to use them for soup or broth. Either way, she had wings available and needed to transform them quickly into something edible and appealing. The challenge was that wings had always been considered scrap meat, suitable only for boiling into stock. No one served wings as a dish unto themselves, but Teresa had the equipment and ingredients that night to try something different. The kitchen's deep fryer was still hot from frying fish earlier in the evening. Frank's Red Hot sauce was a standard ingredient in the Anchor Bar kitchen, a Louisiana-style cayenne pepper sauce that had been commercially available since the 1920s and was common in Italian-American cooking. Teresa had butter, celery from the vegetable bin, and blue cheese dressing left over from salads. What happened next was either pure improvisation or the application of techniques Teresa had been developing privately. Sources differ on this point as well. Teresa cut the wings in half, separating them at the joint into two pieces, the drumette and the flat. This made them easier to eat and more portion appropriate. She dropped them into the hot oil without any breading or coating, simply frying the raw wings until the skin turned golden and crispy. While the wings fried, she melted butter in a saucepan and mixed in Frank's Red Hot sauce, creating a bright orange, spicy butter sauce. When the wings came out of the fryer, she tossed them in this sauce until every piece was coated. She arranged the sauced wings on a plate, added celery sticks on the side, and served them with a small bowl of blue cheese dressing. The entire process took perhaps 15 minutes. Don Bellissimo and his friends became the first people outside the Bellissimo family to taste buffalo wings. Their reaction, according to Dom's later recollections, was immediate and enthusiastic. The wings were unlike anything they had eaten before. The combination of textures and flavors created a unique eating experience. The deep frying had rendered the skin shatteringly crispy, while keeping the small amount of meat underneath moist. The hot sauce provided sharp, vinegary heat, tempered by the richness of butter. The celery offered cool, watery crunch as a textural contrast, and the blue cheese dressing, creamy, tangy, and cooling, provided relief from the heat while adding another layer of richness. The success of the dish wasn't accidental, even if its creation was improvised. Teresa had unknowingly combined elements that worked together on multiple sensory levels. The crispy texture of fried chicken skin is universally appealing. It's the part of fried chicken that everyone wants more of. By frying wings without breading, Teresa maximized the ratio of crispy skin to meat, creating a textural experience that was primarily about that satisfying crunch. The hot sauce and butter combination created what food scientists call a flavor layering effect. The capsaicin in the hot sauce triggers pain receptors that the brain interprets as heat, creating an endorphin response. The fat in the butter carries and distributes the capsaicin, while also providing richness that the brain associates with satiety and pleasure. The celery and blue cheese served crucial functional purposes beyond just adding variety. Celery's high water content and mild flavor provide what chefs call a palate cleanser. It resets your taste buds between bites, preventing sensory fatigue from the intense flavors of the wings. The cool temperature and crunchy texture create contrast that makes the hot, crispy wings more interesting to eat over multiple pieces. Blue cheese dressing serves an even more important function. The casein protein in dairy products binds to capsaicin molecules and helps wash them away, actually reducing the burning sensation from hot peppers in a way that water or beer cannot. The cooling effect of the blue cheese isn't just psychological, it's chemical. This makes the wings accessible to people with varying heat tolerances and allows eaters to moderate their experience. The hands-on nature of eating wings also contributed to their appeal, particularly in a bar setting. Unlike most restaurant foods, which require utensils and careful cutting, wings demanded to be picked up with fingers, gnawed, and sucked clean of every bit of meat and sauce. This messy, tactile eating style was socially acceptable in a tavern in ways it wouldn't be in a formal restaurant. The activity of eating wings, picking them up, working around the bones, licking sauce from fingers, was almost as important as the taste. It slowed down consumption, extending the experience. It created a shared ritual when groups ate together, with everyone engaged in the same slightly messy, undignified activity. And it paired perfectly with drinking, as the salty, spicy wings encouraged thirst, while the finger-licking process naturally paced consumption of both food and alcohol. An alternative version of the origin story circulated for years, one told primarily by Frank Bellissimo. In this account, the wings weren't a late-night improvisation, but a more calculated invention. Frank claimed that he had been experimenting with ways to use chicken wings, which the bar regularly received as an inexpensive ingredient. He had been watching Teresa fry them with various seasonings, and the version served to Dom and his friends was simply the first public presentation of a dish they had been developing. This version portrays the invention as more deliberate, the result of experimentation rather than lucky accident. Food historians have noted that both versions might contain elements of truth. Perhaps Teresa had been experimenting with wings in less refined forms, and the late-night request from Dom provided the catalyst to refine and finalize the preparation. A third version, less widely publicized, suggested that the wings weren't even Teresa's idea originally. Some accounts claim that the dish was inspired by a similar preparation Teresa had encountered during travels, or that it drew on Southern cooking traditions of frying and saucing chicken parts. However, no documentary evidence has ever emerged to support these alternative origins, and they seem to be later embellishments rather than historical fact. What remains consistent across all versions is that on some night in early 1964, Teresa Bellissimo served deep-fried, sauce-coated chicken wings at the Anchor Bar, and those wings were notably different from anything previously available in Buffalo. The name for the new dish evolved quickly, but informally. Initially, they were simply wings or chicken wings on the Anchor Bar menu. Customers and the Bellissimos began calling them buffalo wings or buffalo chicken wings to distinguish them from other chicken preparations and to mark their geographic origin. This naming pattern followed established tradition. Buffalo had already contributed beef on weck to American food culture, and the city's residents understood that attaching buffalo to a food item signaled both origin and authenticity. The name stuck through organic usage rather than any marketing effort. Word spread through the neighborhood with the speed that interesting news travels in tight-knit communities. Dom told his friends, who told others. Customers who tried the wings on subsequent visits to the Anchor Bar told their co-workers and family members. Within weeks, people were coming to the Anchor Bar specifically to order wings, asking for those chicken wings Teresa makes. The appeal crossed demographic lines that often divided Buffalo's neighborhoods. Italian Americans from the immediate area came, but so did Polish factory workers, Irish longshoremen, and middle-class downtown professionals who had heard about the unusual dish. The wings were inexpensive. Teresa could afford to price them low since wings cost almost nothing, which made them accessible to working-class customers. They were filling enough to serve as a meal, but also worked as a drinking snack, and they were distinctive enough to generate conversation and curiosity. By the summer of 1964, buffalo wings had become a regular menu item at the Anchor Bar. Teresa had refined the preparation, establishing the ratios of hot sauce to butter and determining the ideal frying time and temperature. She had also begun offering variations in heat level. Some customers wanted more hot sauce, others preferred a milder version. The dish had moved from improvised experiment to standardized offering, though it remained exclusive to the Anchor Bar. The Bellissimos had not attempted to patent their creation or promote it beyond their own establishment. For them, the wings were simply a successful new menu item that was bringing more customers into their bar. They couldn't have imagined that this midnight improvisation would still be served in restaurants across the world 60 years later. What started as a midnight improvisation for a few hungry customers was about to become an Anchor Bar specialty. But it would take more than a decade for the dish to escape Buffalo's city limits. Throughout the late 1960s and into the 1970s, buffalo wings existed in a peculiar state, wildly popular within Buffalo, but virtually unknown beyond the city's boundaries. This period of geographic isolation allowed the dish to develop its characteristic features and rituals without outside influence or commercialization. The wings became woven into Buffalo's cultural identity as distinctive to the city as its accent or its loyalty to losing sports teams. For more than a decade, buffalo wings were Buffalo's secret, shared among locals with the pride of insiders who possess knowledge the rest of the world hasn't discovered yet. The Anchor Bar's wings gained momentum steadily through the mid-1960s. What had begun as an improvised late-night snack became the establishment's signature offering. By 1965, customers were arriving specifically for wings, often ordering them as their main meal rather than as an appetizer or side dish. Teresa Bellissimo had refined her preparation into a consistent system. She maintained strict control over the source recipe, the frying temperature, and the presentation. The wings arrived at tables on oval platters, glistening with orange sauce, accompanied by celery sticks arranged around the edges and a small bowl of blue cheese dressing in the center. This presentation became the template that other establishments would eventually follow. The success of the Anchor Bar's wings created the inevitable response: imitation. Other Buffalo Tavern owners recognized a good thing when they saw lines forming outside a competitor's door. By the late 1960s, several bars in Buffalo had added their own versions of wings to their menus. Some bartenders who had eaten at the Anchor Bar attempted to recreate what they remembered. Others sent scouts to observe and report back on the preparation method. A few simply experimented independently, arriving at similar results through parallel development. The basic technique, deep frying naked wings and tossing them in hot sauce and butter, was simple enough that skilled cooks could reverse engineer it after one or two tastings. This proliferation of wings across Buffalo's bar scene didn't diminish the Anchor Bar's reputation. If anything, it enhanced the dish's local status. Buffalo residents began debating which establishment made the best wings, developing fierce loyalties to particular bars. These debates had the character of neighborhood sports rivalries, with genuine passion, but generally good humor. The spread of wings across the city also drove innovation. Different bars experimented with sauce heat levels, creating the categories that would become standard: mild, medium, hot, and eventually suicide, or atomic, for the truly daring. Some establishments offered dry rubs as alternatives to wet sauces. Others experimented with garlic butter sauces, honey-based glazes, or barbecue variations. The opening of Duff's Famous Wings in 1969 marked a significant moment in Buffalo Wings history. Louise Duffney opened her establishment on Sheridan Drive in Amherst, a Buffalo suburb, with wings as the central focus rather than just one item among many. Unlike the Anchor Bar, which was primarily a tavern that happened to serve excellent wings, Duff's was designed from the beginning as a wings destination. The restaurant offered a wider range of heat levels than the Anchor Bar and developed a sauce recipe that had its own devoted following. The rivalry between Anchor Bar and Duff's loyalists became one of Buffalo's defining food debates. Anchor Bar supporters claimed authenticity and tradition. They were the original, the place where it all began. Duff's advocates argued for superior execution, better sauce, crispier wings, more consistent quality. This rivalry, while occasionally contentious, benefited both establishments and elevated wings in Buffalo's food hierarchy. The competition pushed both restaurants to maintain high standards and innovate with new flavors and preparations. It also signaled that wings had moved beyond a single establishment's specialty to become a distinct category of food, with room for multiple successful practitioners. By the early 1970s, Buffalo had developed what could reasonably be called a wing scene, with a dozen or more establishments claiming to make the city's best wings and customers actively seeking out different versions to compare. The heat level variations that emerged during this period reflected both culinary experimentation and machismo culture. The original Anchor Bar wings were moderately spicy, hot enough to provide a kick, but not so extreme as to be painful for most eaters. As wings spread across Buffalo, some bars began increasing the heat using hotter pepper sauces or adding cayenne pepper directly to their mixtures. This created an informal hierarchy of daring. Ordering mild wings suggested a timid palate. Medium was the safe middle ground, hot enough to prove you could handle spice, but not so extreme as to be uncomfortable. Hot wings demonstrated genuine tolerance for capsaicin, and suicide wings, which began appearing on menus in the early 1970s, were tests of endurance that some customers ordered more to prove toughness than for actual enjoyment. The rituals around eating wings also solidified during this period. The hands-on eating style became not just accepted, but expected. Using a knife and fork to eat wings marked you as an outsider, someone unfamiliar with proper wing etiquette. The correct method involved picking up each wing, taking a bite, and working around the bones to extract every bit of meat. Efficiency mattered. Experienced wing eaters developed techniques for quickly stripping meat from bones with minimal effort. The celery sticks served both functional and ritual purposes. Functionally, they provided textural contrast and palate cleansing. Ritually, eating celery between wings signaled that you were pacing yourself, serious about doing this properly rather than rushing through. The blue cheese versus ranch dressing debate began in Buffalo during this period and would eventually become one of American food culture's most enduring controversies. The Anchor Bar served wings exclusively with blue cheese dressing, chunky, tangy, made with actual blue cheese crumbles suspended in a buttermilk and mayonnaise base. This pairing was original to Teresa Bellissimo's creation and remains standard across most Buffalo establishments. However, sometime in the early 1970s, a few bars began offering ranch dressing as an alternative for customers who found blue cheese too pungent. Ranch, which had been invented in California in the 1950s and was gaining national popularity, provided a milder, creamier alternative that appealed to different palates. The introduction of ranch as an option created tribal divisions. Blue cheese purists argued that ranch was a bastardization, a concession to weak stomachs that undermined the dish's authentic character. Ranch advocates countered that personal preference should govern condiment choice and that ranch's herbal notes complemented wings differently but equally well. This debate was good-natured in Buffalo during the 1970s, more joke than genuine conflict, but it established a pattern that would intensify as wings spread nationally. Even today, asking whether wings should be served with blue cheese or ranch can provoke surprisingly passionate responses. Buffalo's insular food culture during this period meant that wings remained largely unknown outside the city. Buffalo in the 1970s was geographically and psychologically isolated from the national cultural mainstream. The city's economy was beginning to show signs of industrial decline. Steel mills were reducing operations, and manufacturing jobs were disappearing. The population had peaked in 1950 and was now slowly shrinking as young people left for opportunities elsewhere. This created a defensive local pride, a sense that Buffalo needed to celebrate what made it distinctive, because it could no longer claim to be a dynamic, growing city. Wings became one of those distinctive elements, something Buffalo had that nowhere else did. The lack of national media coverage reflected Buffalo's diminished prominence. In the 1960s and early 1970s, food journalism was largely centered in New York City, with some attention paid to San Francisco, New Orleans, and other established culinary destinations. Buffalo was a declining industrial city in upstate New York, not a place national food writers thought to visit. The few journalists who did come to Buffalo were more likely to write about the city's economic challenges than its tavern food. When national publications covered regional American cuisine during this period, they focused on already recognized specialties: Boston clam chowder, Philadelphia cheesesteaks, New Orleans po' boys. An obscure bar snack from Buffalo didn't merit attention. This lack of outside validation didn't trouble Buffalo residents. If anything, it enhanced Wings' local mystique. Buffalonians traveling to other cities would return with stories of trying to explain Wings to outsiders who had never heard of them. These stories reinforced the sense that Wings were something special, something uniquely Buffalo. The occasional visitor from elsewhere who discovered Wings at the Anchor Bar or Duff's would return home talking about the amazing food they'd encountered. But these individual testimonials didn't reach critical mass for national awareness. Wings remained what sociologists call a local food tradition, deeply embedded in one community's culture, but unknown beyond its boundaries. The economic accessibility of Wings contributed to their working-class bar identity. Throughout the 1970s, Wings remained inexpensive. Chicken wings cost pennies per pound wholesale, and even after preparation and markup, a plate of wings was one of the most affordable, substantial foods available in Buffalo bars. A factory worker finishing a shift could stop at a tavern, order a beer and a dozen wings, and spend less than $5. This pricing made wings democratic. Everyone could afford them, from struggling students to middle-class professionals. The egalitarian nature of wings reinforced their role as communal food, something consumed in social settings rather than as individual indulgence. Wings in this era remained firmly categorized as bar food rather than restaurant fare. They appeared on tavern menus alongside other drinking snacks and casual items: burgers, sandwiches, French fries, onion rings. No upscale restaurant in Buffalo served wings during the 1970s. The hands-on eating style and the messy nature of the dish made wings inappropriate for fine dining contexts. The strong flavors and assertive heat didn't fit the gourmet, refined palate expectations of expensive restaurants. Wings occupied a specific niche: informal, affordable, communal, slightly transgressive in their messiness. This positioning would eventually limit their spread to certain contexts when they did go national. But in 1970s Buffalo, it simply meant that wings were honest food for working people, which was precisely their appeal. By 1977, Buffalo wings had been firmly established in Buffalo's food culture for 13 years. Multiple establishments served them. Heat level variations had been codified. Eating rituals had solidified, and locals had developed strong opinions about which bar made them best. Wings had become so integrated into Buffalo life that residents couldn't imagine the city without them. They had become part of what it meant to be from Buffalo, like complaining about snow or pronouncing buffalo with a particular vocal emphasis. The dish had reached a kind of equilibrium, popular, refined, stable, but still entirely local. For 13 years, buffalo wings belonged exclusively to Buffalo. Then a national magazine discovered what locals had known all along. The transformation of buffalo wings from regional specialty to national phenomenon can be traced to a single article published in the New Yorker magazine on August 25, 1980. The author was Calvin Trillin, a staff writer known for his humorous pieces about American food and culture. Trillin had built his reputation by seeking out regional foods ignored by mainstream food journalism. He wrote about Kansas City barbecue, Cincinnati chili, and Louisiana boudin with the enthusiasm of an anthropologist discovering lost civilizations. His article, an attempt to compile a short history of the buffalo chicken wing, introduced buffalo wings to readers who had never heard of them and set in motion a transformation that would eventually make wings ubiquitous across America. Trillin's discovery of buffalo wings came through the kind of accidental encounter that often shapes food history. In the late 1970s, Trillin had been traveling through upstate New York, researching other food stories, when someone, accounts vary on exactly who, mentioned that Buffalo had an unusual local specialty involving chicken wings. For Trillin, who delighted in finding regional foods that national audiences knew nothing about, this was exactly the kind of lead he pursued. He made a point of visiting Buffalo specifically to investigate these mysterious wings. His first stop was the Anchor Bar, where he ordered wings and listened to the Bellissimo family's account of their invention. What struck Trillin immediately was the disconnect between the quality of the dish and its complete absence from national consciousness. Here was something genuinely delicious, refined through years of preparation, enthusiastically consumed by an entire city, and yet virtually unknown beyond Buffalo's boundaries. In his article, Trillin wrote with characteristic wit about this disparity. He described the wings themselves in detail: the crispy skin, the spicy sauce, the cooling effect of blue cheese, but he also captured the social context of eating them. He observed the rituals Buffalo residents took for granted, the hands-on eating, the debates about heat levels, the fierce loyalty to particular establishments. For readers in New York, Los Angeles, or Chicago, Trillin's article offered a window into a food culture they had never encountered. The New Yorker's readership in 1980 consisted largely of educated, culturally engaged urban professionals, precisely the demographic most interested in discovering new culinary experiences. The magazine's circulation exceeded 500,000 copies, and each issue was passed among multiple readers, discussed at dinner parties, and referenced in conversations. Trillin's article reached hundreds of thousands of people who had never been to Buffalo and had never heard of wings. More importantly, it reached people who had the means and inclination to seek out new food experiences. Within weeks of the article's publication, the Anchor Bar began receiving visitors who mentioned reading about the restaurant in the New Yorker. These weren't locals or casual tourists. They were people who had traveled to Buffalo specifically to eat wings. The article also reached another crucial audience: food journalists and restaurant critics in other cities. Trillin's endorsement carried weight in food media circles. If Calvin Trillin said something was worth eating, other food writers took notice. Throughout late 1980 and into 1990, food journalists from major newspapers and magazines began making their own pilgrimages to Buffalo. They visited the Anchor Bar, Duff's, and other local wing establishments, then wrote their own articles introducing wings to their regional audiences. The Boston Globe ran a feature on buffalo wings. The Chicago Tribune sent a reporter to Buffalo to investigate. Los Angeles food critics mentioned wings in columns about regional American foods worth seeking out. This cascade of coverage created a feedback loop. Each article prompted more interest, which led to more coverage, which generated more interest. Food writers began debating what made authentic buffalo wings. Was it the specific hot sauce, the ratio of sauce to butter, the deep frying technique, the blue cheese dressing? This authenticity debate, which would intensify over the following decades, began in earnest during this period. Buffalo residents, suddenly positioned as authorities on their local dish, had varying opinions. Some insisted that only wings made at the Anchor Bar counted as truly authentic, since that was where they originated. Others argued that any buffalo establishment that followed proper technique produced authentic wings. A few maintained that authentic wings required specific ingredients only available in Buffalo, particular brands of hot sauce or blue cheese from local dairies. The Anchor Bar itself experienced immediate and dramatic changes. Frank and Teresa Bellissimo, now elderly, found their modest tavern transformed into a tourist destination. On weekends, the line to get into the Anchor Bar extended down the block. License plates in the parking lot came from Pennsylvania, Ohio, New York City, even farther afield. People arrived with copies of Trillin's article in hand, asking to meet the Bellissimos and hear the story firsthand. The restaurant struggled to accommodate this sudden influx. The kitchen, designed to serve a neighborhood clientele, now needed to produce wings at far higher volumes. Wait times extended from minutes to hours. Some longtime local customers complained that outsiders had discovered their favorite spot and ruined its neighborhood character. Other buffalo wing establishments also benefited from the national attention, though none quite as dramatically as the Anchor Bar. Duff's famous wings saw increased business from out-of-town visitors who had read that Buffalo had multiple excellent wing restaurants. Several Buffalo taverns that had been serving wings for years suddenly found themselves mentioned in travel guides and newspaper articles. A few entrepreneurial bar owners recognized opportunity and opened new wing-focused establishments, hoping to capture some of the tourist trade. By 1981, Buffalo had developed a small but genuine wing tourism industry. People came to the city specifically to eat wings, often visiting multiple establishments to compare. The attempts to replicate buffalo wings in other cities during this period produced decidedly mixed results. Restaurant owners in New York, Boston, Chicago, and elsewhere tried to add wings to their menus, often with disappointing outcomes. The challenge was partly technical, getting the skin crispy without overcooking the meat, balancing the sauce properly, sourcing appropriate ingredients. and partly conceptual. Wings in Buffalo had evolved within a specific cultural context of working-class taverns and informal eating. Transplanted to different settings, they often felt out of place or poorly executed. Some restaurants treated wings as a novelty item rather than a serious dish, which customers could sense. Others overcomplicated the preparation, adding breading or elaborate garnishes that missed the point of the simple, direct original. A few establishments succeeded in creating excellent wings outside Buffalo, usually because they took the dish seriously and studied the techniques carefully. These successful early adopters often had connections to Buffalo, owners who had lived there, chefs who had visited and learned the proper methods, or bartenders who had worked in Buffalo taverns. They understood that wings required specific equipment, particularly commercial deep fryers capable of maintaining steady high temperatures. Quality ingredients, fresh wings, appropriate hot sauce, real blue cheese, and proper technique, the right frying time, the correct sauce ratio, the immediate tossing while still hot. When these elements aligned, buffalo wings could be excellent anywhere. When any element was compromised, the results disappointed. The national attention also prompted reflection within Buffalo about what made wings significant. Before Trillin's article, wings had been simply part of Buffalo's food landscape, as unremarkable to locals as pizza or hamburgers. The outside interest forced Buffalonians to articulate why wings mattered and what made Buffalo's version special. Some explanations focused on technique and ingredients, Buffalo's water, the specific brands used, the accumulated expertise of local cooks. Others emphasized cultural context. Wings tasted better in Buffalo taverns because they were consumed in their native environment, among people who understood and appreciated them properly. Still others suggested something ineffable, a quality that couldn't be replicated because it was bound up with Buffalo's identity and character. This period also saw the first attempts to codify and standardize buffalo wings. Some food writers tried to write definitive recipes, specifying exact measurements and techniques. Buffalo restaurant owners, recognizing that their local specialty was becoming nationally known, began documenting their methods more carefully. A few establishments started selling bottled versions of their wing sauces, allowing home cooks elsewhere to approximate the flavor, even if they couldn't replicate the preparation. These efforts at standardization were both necessary. They allowed wings to spread more successfully, and problematic, since they reduced a living, evolving food tradition to fixed formulas. By late 1981, buffalo wings had entered American food consciousness in a way that would have seemed impossible just 2 years earlier. A dish that had been completely unknown outside Buffalo now appeared in food columns, restaurant reviews, and casual conversations about interesting regional foods. The Anchor Bar had been transformed from neighborhood tavern to nationally recognized establishment. Buffalo itself had gained a new claim to culinary fame, something to point to with pride as the city struggled with economic decline and population loss. The transformation was far from complete. Wings remained relatively uncommon outside the Northeast, and many Americans had still never heard of them. But the foundation for national expansion had been laid. With national attention came national ambition. The question was no longer whether buffalo wings could leave Buffalo, but how they would be transformed in the process. The explosive growth of buffalo wings in restaurants during the 1980s created an unexpected problem for the American chicken industry. For decades, processors had bred chickens and designed their operations around maximizing breast meat production. Wings had been afterthoughts at best, often discarded or sold for pennies to pet food manufacturers. Suddenly, in the span of just a few years, wings had become one of the most demanded parts of the chicken. The industry would need to completely rethink its approach to what had always been considered waste. The American chicken industry in 1985 was dominated by a handful of large integrated producers: Tyson, Perdue, ConAgra, and a few others controlled the vast majority of chicken production. These companies operated what was known as vertical integration. They owned or controlled every stage of production, from breeding to processing to distribution. They had spent decades refining breeds that grew quickly and developed large breast muscles. The ideal chicken from an industry perspective was essentially a breast with minimal other parts attached. Through selective breeding programs that had been underway since the 1950s, producers had created birds that bore little resemblance to their ancestors. A chicken in 1985 reached market weight in 6 weeks rather than 16, and its breast accounted for a far higher percentage of total body weight than chickens from earlier eras. This breeding focus made perfect economic sense before buffalo wings became popular. Consumer surveys consistently showed that Americans preferred white meat to dark meat, and breast meat commanded the highest prices. Chicken breasts could be sold as premium products: skinless, boneless chicken breasts for health-conscious consumers, or breaded breast portions for the growing fast food chicken sandwich market. Legs and thighs went to different markets, often ground up for processed chicken products or sold at lower prices to institutional buyers. Wings, when they were considered at all, were essentially byproducts. Processing plants accumulated them in large bins and sold them in bulk for minimal money, often just enough to offset the cost of handling them. The wing boom of the early to mid-1980s disrupted this entire calculus. Restaurant chains, placing orders for thousands of pounds of wings weekly, couldn't be ignored. By 1985, wings were commanding prices nearly equal to or exceeding breast meat in some markets. Processing plant managers watched in amazement as buyers who had previously been willing to pay 5 cents per pound for wings now competed to purchase them at 50 cents per pound or more. This price transformation happened over a period of less than 5 years, an unprecedented shift in commodity chicken pricing. The industry needed to respond, but response required changes at every level of operation. Processing line redesigns became the first necessity. Traditional chicken processing lines were configured to separate chickens into standard parts as efficiently as possible, with wings receiving minimal attention. Workers would typically make quick cuts to remove wings, tossing them into collection bins with little concern for presentation or consistency. For the wing market, this approach was inadequate. Buffalo wings required wings that were cut into 2 pieces at the joint, the drumette and the flat, and that retained their skin intact without damage. Processing lines needed new stations where workers could make these cuts carefully and consistently. Tyson Foods, the largest American chicken producer, invested millions of dollars in retrofitting processing plants with wing-specific stations. By 1987, their major facilities had dedicated wing processing lines where workers separated, trimmed, and portioned wings according to restaurant specifications. The separation of wings into drumettes and flats, sometimes called wing dings in the industry, became standardized during this period. The two pieces had always been separated for buffalo wings, but the exact method varied. Industrial processing required standardization. Equipment manufacturers developed specialized cutting tools that allowed workers to separate the joint quickly and cleanly. Some plants experimented with automated cutting machines, though the irregular shape of wings made full automation challenging. The drumette, being meatier and easier to eat, became the more valuable piece, often selling for slightly higher prices than flats. Some processors began packaging them separately, selling all drumette portions at premium prices to restaurants that wanted to offer their customers the choice pieces. Flash freezing technology, which had been developed for other food products in the 1970s, was adapted for chicken wings in the late 1980s. Traditional freezing methods produced ice crystals that damaged cell structures, resulting in wings that became mushy when thawed and cooked. Flash freezing, which subjected wings to extremely cold temperatures very rapidly, minimized ice crystal formation and preserved texture much more effectively. Large processors installed industrial flash freezing equipment in their plants, allowing them to produce frozen wings that maintained quality after thawing. This technological advancement solved one of the major obstacles to national distribution. A restaurant in Phoenix or Seattle could receive flash frozen wings from a processing plant in Arkansas or Maryland, thaw them, fry them, and serve a product nearly indistinguishable from fresh wings. The development of reliable frozen wings opened national and eventually international supply chains. By 1990, wings were being shipped from processing plants to distributors across the country. Sysco, US Foods, and other major food service distributors added various wing products to their catalogs. Restaurants no longer needed to source wings from local suppliers or process whole chickens themselves. They could order frozen wings in various sizes and configurations, delivered on regular schedules with consistent quality. This convenience accelerated wing adoption among restaurant chains and independent operators who wanted to add wings to their menus without the complexity of dealing with fresh products. International sourcing began emerging in the early 1990s as American demand for wings outstripped domestic supply. Brazil, which had developed a large chicken industry focused on exports, became a major wing supplier. Brazilian processors, recognizing the American market opportunity, dedicated production capacity to wings processed according to US specifications. Thailand, another major chicken exporter, also entered the wing market. These international sources helped stabilize prices and ensured supply during periods of high demand. However, they also introduced quality variability and occasional controversy. Some restaurants and consumers expressed concerns about foreign-sourced wings, preferring domestic products. Others couldn't distinguish the difference in blind tastings and appreciated the lower costs international sourcing sometimes offered. The price fluctuations during this period created winners and losers throughout the supply chain. Restaurant chains that had locked in long-term wing contracts at low prices before the boom made substantial profits. Those who hadn't found themselves paying dramatically more for wings than they had budgeted. Chicken processors who adapted quickly to wing demand profited handsomely. Those who were slow to adjust watched competitors capture market share. Some industry analysts suggested that the focus on wings was creating inefficiencies. Processors were breeding and raising entire chickens to harvest wings, while the rest of the bird became less valuable. This led to some creative marketing of other chicken parts, with breast meat and legs marketed more aggressively to balance the economics of raising chickens primarily for their wings. The industrial production of buffalo sauce became its own significant development. Frank's Red Hot, the cayenne pepper sauce that Teresa Bellissimo had used in her original recipe, had been produced since 1920 by the Frank Tea and Spice Company in Cincinnati. The company had always been a regional brand, selling primarily in the Midwest and Northeast. When buffalo wings became popular, demand for Frank's Red Hot exploded. The company responded by dramatically increasing production capacity and aggressively marketing their sauce as the authentic choice for buffalo wings. By the late 1980s, Frank's had become nearly synonymous with buffalo wings, with many restaurants using it as their base sauce and bottles appearing on retail shelves nationwide. Other companies entered the buffalo sauce market, creating competition and variation. Several food service companies developed proprietary buffalo sauce formulations specifically for restaurant use. These industrial sauces were designed to maintain consistency across large batches, remain stable at various temperatures, and provide predictable flavor profiles. Some added thickening agents to help sauce adhere to wings better. Others adjusted spice levels to create mild, medium, and hot versions from single base formulations. The proliferation of commercial buffalo sauces meant that restaurants could achieve acceptable results without developing their own sauce recipes, lowering the barrier to entry for establishments wanting to add wings to their menus. Pre-sauced frozen wings entered grocery stores in the early 1990s, bringing buffalo wings into American homes on a scale never before possible. Companies like Tyson began producing wings that were already cooked and sauced, requiring only reheating in an oven. These products sacrificed some quality. The skin was never as crispy as fresh fried wings, and the sauce sometimes became gummy. But they offered tremendous convenience. A family could have buffalo wings for dinner without deep frying or dealing with raw chicken. The retail wing market grew rapidly, with dedicated freezer sections in supermarkets devoted to various wing products. By 1995, Americans were eating buffalo wings, not just in restaurants and bars, but also at home, further cementing the dish's place in American food culture. The transformation of the chicken industry around wings also had labor implications. Processing plants that had previously needed workers only for relatively straightforward cutting operations now required more skilled labor for the detailed work of wing preparation. Training programs were developed to teach workers proper wing cutting techniques. Repetitive motion injuries increased in some facilities as workers performed the same wing cutting motion thousands of times daily. Labor advocates raised concerns about working conditions in plants that were pushing for higher wing production volumes. These concerns received relatively little public attention. Consumers eating wings in restaurants or at home rarely thought about the processing plant workers who had prepared them, but they represented real challenges for the industry. Quality control became more sophisticated as wings became a higher value product. Processing plants implemented inspection protocols specifically for wings, checking for proper cutting, skin integrity, and size consistency. Some restaurants began specifying exact wing weights and sizes, requiring processors to sort and grade wings more carefully than they ever had before. The industry developed standardized sizing categories: jumbo wings, large wings, medium wings, allowing restaurants to order the specific product they wanted. This level of specification had never existed when wings were considered waste products, but it became necessary as wings became premium items with customers who had expectations about what they should receive. By the mid-1990s, the infrastructure existed to supply wings anywhere in America. What was needed now was a reason for everyone to want them all at once. The transformation of buffalo wings from bar food to national phenomenon required one final catalyst, an event so large, so culturally significant, and so centered on eating that it could make wings indispensable to American life. That catalyst was the Super Bowl. Throughout the 1990s, the convergence of wings and football viewing created a cultural association so powerful that by the decade's end, buffalo wings and Super Bowl Sunday had become nearly inseparable in the American imagination. The National Football League's rise to television dominance began in the 1960s, but accelerated dramatically in the 1980s and 1990s. By 1990, NFL games regularly attracted larger television audiences than any other programming, except occasional special events. The Super Bowl, played on the last Sunday in January or first Sunday in February, had grown into something beyond a sporting event. It was a national ritual, an unofficial holiday when tens of millions of Americans gathered to watch the game, the halftime show, and increasingly, the advertisements. Nielsen ratings showed that Super Bowl viewership climbed steadily throughout the 1990s, reaching over 90 million viewers by 1996 and approaching 130 million by the end of the decade. This made the Super Bowl the single most watched television event annually in the United States. The rise of the Super Bowl party as a distinct social occasion transformed how Americans experienced the game. Rather than watching alone or in bars, people increasingly hosted or attended viewing parties in homes. These gatherings had their own developing traditions and expectations. Hosts provided food and drinks for guests. Attendance wasn't limited to serious football fans. Many people attended primarily for the social experience. The halftime show and advertisements became viewing events in their own right, attracting people who cared little about football. This expansion of the Super Bowl's cultural reach meant that party food for the game needed to appeal to diverse tastes and suit casual, social eating rather than formal dining. Buffalo wings proved ideally suited to Super Bowl parties. They could be prepared in large quantities, eaten without utensils while watching television, and shared among groups. The messiness of eating wings actually enhanced the party atmosphere. It created a casual, uninhibited environment where people relaxed and focused on socializing rather than formal manners. Wings were substantial enough to constitute real food rather than mere snacks, important for parties that lasted 3 to 4 hours. They paired perfectly with beer, the beverage most associated with football watching, and unlike some party foods that required constant attention during preparation, wings could be fried or baked in batches and kept warm, allowing hosts to watch the game rather than remaining stuck in the kitchen. The association between wings and football viewing didn't develop accidentally. It was deliberately cultivated by restaurants, food companies, and the NFL itself through marketing campaigns throughout the 1990s. Buffalo Wild Wings, which had been expanding since its founding in 1982, positioned itself explicitly as a sports viewing destination. The restaurant chain installed numerous television screens in each location and promoted itself as the place to watch games while eating wings. Their advertising featured groups of friends gathering to watch sports and eat wings together, reinforcing the connection between wings and communal sports viewing. Other wing-focused restaurants adopted similar strategies, decorating with sports memorabilia and timing their promotions around major games. Food service companies and chicken producers also recognized the opportunity. Tyson Foods began running television advertisements for their frozen wing products during NFL broadcasts, explicitly suggesting that wings were the appropriate food for game watching. These ads featured scenes of Super Bowl parties where hosts served wings to enthusiastic guests. The message was clear: if you're hosting a Super Bowl party, you need to serve wings. The National Chicken Council, an industry trade group, began issuing annual predictions for wing consumption during Super Bowl weekend in the early 1990s. These projections received media coverage, further reinforcing the connection between wings and the big game. By 1995, the National Chicken Council estimated that Americans would consume over 600 million chicken wings during Super Bowl weekend. The economic impact of this association became increasingly visible as the decade progressed. Restaurants reported that Super Bowl Sunday was among their busiest days of the year, often exceeding typical weekend traffic by 50% or more. Wing-focused establishments like Buffalo Wild Wings and Hooters saw even more dramatic spikes, with some locations serving 3 to 4 times their normal volume. Grocery stores stocked extra wings in the weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, creating dedicated displays featuring wings alongside other game day foods. The predictable surge in demand led to what industry observers began calling the Super Bowl Wing Index. Measurable price increases for wings in the weeks before the game as restaurants and retailers competed for limited supply. These price spikes became significant enough to affect restaurant economics. Wings that might cost restaurants 40 cents per pound in June could reach 70 or 80 cents per pound in late January. Some restaurants absorbed these increased costs to avoid raising menu prices during their busiest period. Others implemented market price systems for wings during Super Bowl week, adjusting prices daily based on their wholesale costs. A few establishments actually stopped serving wings entirely in the week before the Super Bowl, unable to source adequate supply at acceptable prices. These supply chain disruptions occurred annually, creating a predictable pattern that processors and distributors struggled to smooth out despite advanced planning. Pizza chains recognized the opportunity to capture Super Bowl party business by adding wings to their menus. Domino's began offering wings nationally in 1994. Pizza Hut followed in 1995, and Papa John's added wings in the late 1990s. This development was strategically significant. Pizza had long been the dominant Super Bowl party food. Easy to order, feeds groups, requires no utensils, and arrives hot. By offering wings alongside pizza, these chains allowed customers to order complete party meals from a single source. The combination of pizza and wings became standard Super Bowl party fare, with many households ordering both. The convenience of delivery made this combination particularly appealing. Hosts could provide substantial food without cooking, leaving them free to focus on hosting and watching the game. The pizza chain wings, however, represented a departure from traditional buffalo wings in several ways. Most pizza chains used breaded wings rather than naked wings, finding that breaded wings held up better during delivery and reheated more successfully if customers weren't ready to eat immediately. The sauce formulations were often milder and sweeter than authentic buffalo sauce, adjusted for broader appeal, including children. Some chains offered boneless wings, essentially sourced chicken nuggets, as alternatives for customers who found traditional wings too messy or difficult to eat. Purists complained that these adaptations bastardized authentic buffalo wings, but the pizza chain versions succeeded in their intended purpose, making wings accessible and convenient for mass-market home consumption. Home cooking of wings also proliferated during the 1990s, driven partly by Super Bowl traditions and partly by the general trend toward more adventurous home cooking. Cookbooks began including buffalo wing recipes, often with variations intended to make them more feasible for home cooks. Oven baking emerged as the most common home cooking method, since many households lacked deep fryers and were reluctant to deep fry in pots on their stovetops. These oven-baked wings rarely achieved the crispy skin of deep-fried versions, leading to various workarounds: coating wings with baking powder to help them crisp, starting them in the oven and finishing under the broiler, or par cooking and then flash frying in smaller quantities. Recipe developers also experimented with grilling wings, creating char-grilled versions with smoky flavors that differentiated them from fried wings. The results of home cooking varied widely. Skilled home cooks who followed detailed recipes and understood the techniques could produce excellent wings. Many others produced disappointing results: soggy skin, improperly balanced sauce, overcooked meat. The gap between restaurant wings and home-cooked versions meant that many people reserved wings for eating out or ordering in, considering them too challenging or time-consuming for home preparation. This attitude would shift somewhat in later years as cooking equipment evolved. But throughout the 1990s, most Americans experienced buffalo wings in commercial settings rather than home kitchens. The Super Bowl's role in popularizing wings extended beyond the game itself. The success of wings as Super Bowl party food led to their adoption for other sports viewing occasions. Regular season NFL games, college football games, NBA playoffs, March Madness basketball tournament, and even baseball playoffs increasingly featured wings as standard viewing food. Sports bars expanded their wings offerings and promotions, recognizing that wings drove traffic on game days. The association became so strong that some establishments reported selling more wings on football Sundays than on any other day of the week, despite being open 7 days. Wings had become not just Super Bowl food, but sports food generally. This expansion meant that wings were no longer special occasion food, but rather regular consumption items for many Americans. A person who ate wings only once or twice a year in 1985 might be eating them monthly or even weekly by 1995 if they regularly watched sports. This increased consumption had health implications that were beginning to receive attention, though they wouldn't become prominent concerns until later. It also had economic implications for the chicken industry, which now needed to maintain high wing production year-round, rather than just for occasional demand spikes. The steady, predictable demand helped stabilize wing prices somewhat, though Super Bowl-related spikes continued. The cultural analysis of Super Bowl Sunday during the 1990s increasingly noted food consumption as a defining feature. Media coverage of the Super Bowl began including segments on party planning, food preparation, and recipe ideas. Morning news programs on Super Bowl Sunday featured cooking demonstrations for buffalo wings. Newspapers published special sections with Super Bowl party tips, prominently featuring wings. The National Chicken Council's annual wing consumption predictions became news items that journalists reported alongside game predictions and advertising analysis. Food had become integral to the Super Bowl experience, and wings had become the centerpiece of that food experience. By the end of the 1990s, the Super Bowl had become the second biggest eating day in America after Thanksgiving, and buffalo wings were the most iconic Super Bowl food. The National Chicken Council estimated that Americans consumed over 1.2 billion chicken wings during Super Bowl weekend in 2000, roughly 4 wings for every person in the country. Restaurants planned months in advance for Super Bowl Sunday, ordering extra wings, scheduling additional staff, and preparing for the annual surge. Grocery stores dedicated entire sections to Super Bowl party supplies, with wings featured prominently alongside chips, dips, and beverages. The transformation was complete. Wings had moved from obscure regional bar food to indispensable element of America's biggest unofficial food holiday. Wings had become American party food royalty, but success brought scrutiny, and questions about health, labor, and sustainability began emerging. The tremendous success of buffalo wings through the 1990s brought not just popularity and profits, but also increasing scrutiny. As wings moved from occasional bar food to regular consumption item for millions of Americans, nutritionists, journalists, labor advocates, environmental activists, and animal welfare groups began examining the dish more closely. What they found raised uncomfortable questions about health impacts, industrial food production, labor conditions, and environmental sustainability. The period from the mid-1990s through the mid-2000s saw these concerns emerge into public consciousness, creating tension between the pleasure people took in eating wings and the mounting evidence of their various costs. The nutritional profile of buffalo wings was never a secret, but it received little attention when wings were occasional indulgences. As consumption increased, health professionals began sounding alarms. A typical serving of 10 buffalo wings contained between 700 and 1,000 calories, depending on preparation method and source quantity. The deep frying process meant that each wing absorbed significant amounts of oil, with fat accounting for roughly 60% of the total calories. The butter-based sauce added additional fat and calories. Beyond the caloric density, wings contained substantial amounts of sodium, often 1,500 to 2,000 milligrams per serving, approaching or exceeding the recommended daily intake. The blue cheese or ranch dressing added more fat, calories, and sodium to an already heavy nutritional load. Nutritionists particularly worried about the pattern of consumption. Wings were rarely eaten in moderation. The typical restaurant serving was a dozen wings or more, and many people consumed far larger quantities, 24 or even 36 wings in a single sitting, especially during events like Super Bowl parties. The handheld eating style and social context encouraged mindless consumption, with people continuing to eat wing after wing while watching television or talking with friends, disconnected from normal satiety signals. Studies suggested that people eating buffalo wings in group settings consumed significantly more than they would if eating a plated meal with utensils, simply because the continuous grazing pattern overrode normal fullness cues. The broader health debates about deep-fried foods during this period amplified concerns about wings specifically. The 1990s and early 2000s saw increasing awareness of the health risks associated with diets high in saturated and trans fats. Medical research linked such diets to heart disease, obesity, diabetes, and other chronic conditions. Deep-fried foods became particular targets of health advocacy groups. McDonald's faced pressure to disclose the fat content in their French fries. Studies examined the health effects of foods fried in partially hydrogenated oils, which contained trans fats. Buffalo wings, being entirely dependent on deep frying, found themselves caught in this broader criticism of fried foods. Some health advocates argued that wings represented exactly the kind of food that was contributing to America's obesity epidemic. Highly processed, extremely caloric, designed for overconsumption, and lacking significant nutritional value. The publication of Eric Schlosser's Fast Food Nation in 2001 marked a turning point in public awareness of industrial food production. While Schlosser's book focused primarily on hamburgers and the beef industry, it prompted broader examination of how all meat products reached American tables. Documentary films followed, with Super Size Me in 2004 examining fast food's health effects, and later films like Food Inc. in 2008 exposing industrial farming practices. These works didn't target buffalo wings specifically, but they created a cultural moment, when people became more willing to ask uncomfortable questions about their food. Journalists began investigating the chicken industry with the same scrutiny Schlosser had applied to beef production, and what they found troubled many consumers. Factory farming conditions in chicken production proved particularly disturbing to people who learned about them. The modern broiler chicken, the type raised for meat rather than eggs, spent its entire 6-week life in crowded indoor facilities housing tens of thousands of birds. Each chicken had roughly the floor space of a sheet of paper. The birds were bred to grow so rapidly that their legs often couldn't support their weight, leading to lameness and difficulty walking. Antibiotics were administered routinely through feed, not to treat disease, but to promote faster growth and prevent illness in crowded conditions. The conditions were designed purely for efficiency and rapid growth, with little consideration for animal welfare beyond the minimum necessary to keep birds alive until processing. Animal welfare advocates had been documenting these conditions for years, but they gained broader public attention during this period. Organizations like People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, PETA, and the Humane Society of the United States launched campaigns specifically targeting chicken consumption, including buffalo wings. They produced undercover videos showing conditions inside chicken farms and processing plants. These videos revealed chickens living in their own waste, birds with severe leg deformities, and rough handling during catching and transport. Some footage showed processing plant workers treating birds cruelly, though industry representatives argued these were isolated incidents rather than standard practice. The campaigns asked consumers to consider whether the pleasure of eating wings justified the suffering involved in producing them. Worker safety in chicken processing plants emerged as another serious concern. Investigative journalism by outlets like the Charlotte Observer and later the New York Times revealed that chicken processing plants had injury rates far exceeding most other industries. Workers performed repetitive motions thousands of times per shift, cutting, trimming, deboning, often at line speeds that prioritized production over safety. Carpal tunnel syndrome, tendinitis, and other repetitive stress injuries were endemic. Workers also suffered cuts, burns from cleaning chemicals, and respiratory problems from exposure to chlorine and other disinfectants used in processing facilities. Many processing plants employed immigrant workers, often undocumented, who were reluctant to report injuries or unsafe conditions for fear of deportation. The economic pressure to produce cheap wings contributed to these conditions. As wing demand increased, processors pushed for higher production speeds. Some plants ran wings through processing lines at rates that gave workers less than 3 seconds per bird to make required cuts. Union organizers and worker advocates argued that the industry valued chicken welfare and product quality over worker safety. Companies responded that they maintained safe working conditions and that injury rates, while higher than some industries, were improving. The debate highlighted an uncomfortable reality. The cheap, abundant wings that Americans enjoyed eating came partly from a labor system that extracted significant physical costs from processing plant workers. Environmental concerns about chicken production also gained prominence during this period. The chicken industry's environmental footprint was substantial. Raising billions of chickens annually required enormous quantities of feed, primarily corn and soybeans, which meant dedicating millions of acres to feed crop production. These crops required water, fertilizers, and pesticides, all with their own environmental impacts. The chickens themselves produced vast amounts of waste. Large chicken operations in states like Arkansas, Delaware, and North Carolina generated more manure than could be safely applied to local farmland as fertilizer, leading to runoff that contaminated groundwater and waterways. Studies linked chicken farm runoff to algae blooms, fish kills, and degradation of ecosystems in areas with concentrated poultry production. Water usage throughout the chicken production chain added to environmental concerns. Growing feed crops required irrigation. Processing plants used enormous quantities of water for washing carcasses, cleaning equipment, and maintaining sanitation. Environmental groups calculated that producing a single pound of chicken required roughly 500 gallons of water when all stages of production were accounted for. With Americans consuming billions of chicken wings annually, the cumulative water usage was staggering, particularly concerning as water scarcity became an increasing worry in many regions. Carbon emissions from the entire production chain, growing feed, transporting it to farms, raising chickens, processing and packaging, freezing and refrigerating, shipping to distributors and restaurants, meant that wings had a substantial carbon footprint despite being cheaper and seemingly more efficient than beef or pork. The cognitive dissonance created by these revelations troubled many consumers. Buffalo wings were delicious, fun to eat, socially important, and deeply embedded in American culture. They represented good times with friends, exciting sports viewing, casual pleasure. Yet the system that produced them involved animal suffering, worker exploitation, environmental degradation, and health risks. Most people didn't want to think about these contradictions while eating wings at a Super Bowl party or sports bar. The information was disturbing, but changing behavior required sacrificing a beloved food and the social experiences built around it. Many consumers resolved this tension through compartmentalization, enjoying wings while avoiding thinking about their production, or through small adjustments like eating wings less frequently or choosing restaurants that claimed better sourcing. Some consumers responded to these concerns by seeking alternatives or refusing to eat wings altogether. Vegetarians and vegans pointed to buffalo wings as an example of why animal products were ethically problematic. A smaller number of omnivores reduced or eliminated wing consumption specifically because of concerns about industrial chicken production, even while continuing to eat other meats. These responses remained minority positions throughout this period. Overall wing consumption continued growing despite the criticism, but they represented an emerging awareness that food choices had ethical dimensions beyond personal taste and health. The chicken industry responded to these concerns with a combination of defensive messaging and modest reforms. Trade groups emphasized that modern chicken production made poultry affordable for average Americans, democratizing access to protein that had once been a luxury. They pointed to efficiency improvements that used fewer resources per pound of meat produced than previous generations. They highlighted food safety improvements and declining rates of foodborne illness. Some companies implemented welfare reforms, providing more space per bird, reducing antibiotic use, improving lighting and ventilation in facilities. Others improved worker safety programs and increased wages. However, critics argued that these reforms were largely cosmetic, addressing the most egregious problems without fundamentally changing industrial production systems. Media coverage of these issues during the 2000 to 2005 period created growing public awareness without translating into major behavioral change. Newspaper articles examined factory farming. Television news segments investigated processing plant conditions. Magazine features explored the environmental impact of chicken production. Yet Americans continued eating wings in increasing quantities. The Super Bowl wing consumption estimates kept climbing. Wing-focused restaurant chains continued expanding. This disconnect between awareness and action suggested that consumers either didn't fully internalize the concerns, didn't believe individual choices mattered, or simply valued the pleasure of eating wings more than the ethical considerations weighed against them. These concerns didn't slow wing consumption. They reshaped it. A new generation of wing entrepreneurs emerged with different approaches. The concerns about industrial chicken production and nutritional content created an opening for a different kind of buffalo wing, one that addressed these criticisms while elevating wings from bar food to culinary craft. Between 2005 and 2012, American food culture underwent a transformation often called the foodie revolution, characterized by obsessive attention to ingredient sourcing, cooking techniques, and culinary creativity. Buffalo wings, despite their humble origins, became an unlikely beneficiary of this movement. What emerged was a parallel wing universe where the same basic concept, fried chicken wings with sauce, could command premium prices and serious culinary attention. The foodie culture of the mid-2000s represented a significant shift in how Americans thought about food. Previous generations had valued convenience and consistency. The foodie movement instead prized authenticity, craftsmanship, and unique experiences. Television shows like Iron Chef America and Top Chef, which premiered in 2005, portrayed cooking as creative expression worthy of competition and drama. The Food Network transformed from a niche cable channel to a cultural force, making celebrities of chefs like Bobby Flay, Alton Brown, and Emeril Lagasse. Food blogs proliferated, with amateur enthusiasts documenting their culinary adventures and restaurant discoveries. This cultural moment created space for foods previously considered lowbrow, including buffalo wings, to be reconsidered as platforms for creativity and quality. High-end restaurants began offering buffalo wings in the late 2000s, treating them not as afterthoughts on the appetizer menu, but as serious dishes worthy of the same attention given to any other preparation. These weren't the wings served at sports bars or chain restaurants. Chefs sourced chickens from specific farms, sometimes heritage breeds raised on pasture rather than in industrial facilities. They experimented with cooking techniques beyond simple deep frying. Some chefs confit wings in duck fat, Others smoked them before finishing in the fryer. Still others sous vide wings to precise temperatures before crisping the skin. The sauces moved far beyond the traditional hot sauce and butter combination, incorporating global flavors and sophisticated techniques. The flavor innovation explosion that occurred during this period was remarkable. Traditional buffalo sauce remained popular, but it was joined by dozens of creative alternatives. Korean BBQ wings became one of the most successful innovations, featuring a sweet spicy glaze made with gochujang, Korean chili paste, soy sauce, garlic, ginger, and sugar. The sticky, lacquered appearance and the balance of heat, sweetness, and umami appealed to adventurous eaters. Mango habanero wings combined fruit sweetness with intense chili heat, creating a complex flavor profile that was simultaneously tropical and fiery. Honey sriracha wings offered a more accessible version of sweet heat combinations using the increasingly popular Thai chili sauce that was becoming an American pantry staple. Dry rubs represented another significant innovation. Rather than wet sauces, some chefs coated wings with complex spice blends before or after frying. These ranged from Cajun-inspired mixtures, heavy with paprika, cayenne, and black pepper, to more exotic combinations featuring za'atar, sumac, or berbere. Dry-rubbed wings appealed to people who wanted bold flavors without the stickiness of traditional sauced wings. They also showcased the crispy skin more effectively, since wet sauces could soften the texture that careful frying had created. The variety of flavors available meant that wing menus at innovative restaurants sometimes offered 20 or more different preparations, turning wings into a vehicle for global flavor exploration. The sourcing revolution affected wings as significantly as preparation techniques. Concerned about both ethics and quality, some restaurants began featuring wings from chickens raised under dramatically different conditions than industrial birds. Free-range chickens allowed outdoor access and more space per bird, produced meat with different flavor and texture characteristics. Organic certification meant chickens were fed organic feed and raised without antibiotics or growth hormones. Heritage breed chickens, older genetic varieties that grew more slowly and developed different body proportions than modern broilers, offered wings that were smaller but reportedly more flavorful than conventional wings. These premium wings cost significantly more than standard versions, but restaurants found customers willing to pay 3 or 4 times the typical price for wings that aligned with their values and supposedly tasted better. Celebrity chefs contributed to wings' elevated status by developing and promoting their own recipes. Bobby Flay, known for Southwestern flavors, created recipes for chipotle honey wings that appeared on his television shows and in his cookbooks. Alton Brown approached wings with his characteristic scientific precision, developing recipes that focused on technique, brining, specific frying temperatures, resting periods, to achieve optimal texture. These endorsements from culinary authorities signaled that wings were worthy of serious attention. When celebrity chefs dedicated time to perfecting wing recipes, they validated the idea that wings could be craft items rather than just casual bar food. Wing competitions and festivals proliferated during this period, creating formal recognition systems for wing excellence. The National Buffalo Wing Festival, held annually in Buffalo beginning in 2002, grew substantially through the late 2000s, attracting tens of thousands of visitors and featuring competitions where restaurants competed for titles like Best Traditional Wing and Best Exotic Sauce. Similar festivals emerged in other cities: Philadelphia, Las Vegas, New York City, all celebrating wings with competitive eating contests, sauce-making competitions, and vendor booths where restaurants showcased their creations. These events treated wings with the same seriousness that barbecue festivals devoted to ribs or chili cook-offs gave to stew, elevating wings to a food worthy of specialized, competitive events. The concept of pairing wings with craft beer emerged from the broader movement of beer appreciation that characterized the 2000s. Craft breweries were proliferating across America, offering hundreds of beer styles beyond the standard American lagers that had dominated the 20th century. Beer enthusiasts began approaching beer with the same analytical framework previously reserved for wine, discussing flavor profiles, evaluating quality, and considering food pairings. Wings proved ideal for beer pairing exploration. The fatty richness of fried chicken benefited from beer's carbonation and bitterness. Different wing sauces suggested different beer styles. Hoppy IPAs could stand up to spicy buffalo sauce, while sweeter Belgian ales complemented Asian-inspired glazes. Some restaurants developed extensive beer programs specifically around their wing offerings, with staff trained to recommend pairings. A few establishments took this concept even further, employing what they termed wing sommeliers, staff members dedicated to guiding customers through wing and beer selections. While partly marketing gimmick, the concept reflected the genuine complexity that wings had acquired. With 30 different wing preparations and 50 craft beers available, customers faced decision paralysis without guidance. Wing sommeliers help navigate these choices, explaining flavor profiles, suggesting progressions from milder to spicier options, and educating diners about the thinking behind different preparations. The very existence of wing sommeliers, even in a somewhat tongue-in-cheek capacity, demonstrated how far wings had traveled from their origins as improvised bar snacks. Food trucks specializing in gourmet wings became common in cities across America during the late 2000s and early 2010s. The food truck revolution, enabled partly by social media allowing mobile vendors to announce their locations, created opportunities for specialized concepts that might not sustain full restaurants. Wings proved ideal for food truck service. They could be fried to order, required relatively simple equipment, and generated high customer interest. Food truck wings often pushed creative boundaries even further than restaurant wings, since trucks built reputations on distinctive offerings that differentiated them from competitors. Some trucks focused on extreme heat levels, creating wing challenges where customers signed waivers before attempting their spiciest sauces. Others emphasized fusion concepts, creating Korean-Mexican wings or Thai-Jamaican combinations that would have seemed bizarre a decade earlier. The pricing structure for gourmet wings differed dramatically from traditional bar wings. Where a dozen wings at a sports bar might cost $8 or $10 in 2010, The same quantity at a gourmet wing establishment could reach $20 or even $30. This price differential reflected higher ingredient costs, premium chickens, expensive sauce ingredients, craft beer pairings, but also the positioning of wings as serious food rather than cheap bar snacks. The premium pricing represented both challenge and opportunity. It limited the customer base to people with sufficient disposable income and willingness to pay restaurant prices for what had traditionally been affordable food. But it also allowed restaurants to operate sustainably while maintaining quality standards, paying workers better wages, and sourcing ingredients more thoughtfully than chains operating on razor-thin margins. The impact of social media on gourmet wings cannot be overstated. Instagram, which launched in 2010, became a crucial marketing tool for restaurants serving photogenic food. Wings, especially those with distinctive sauces or garnishes, proved highly shareable on social media. Restaurants designed wings, partly with Instagram in mind. Bright colors, attractive plating, dramatic presentations. Customers photographed their wings and shared them with followers, providing free marketing and social proof. This viral potential meant that a restaurant with particularly distinctive wings could build national reputation despite being a single location in a secondary market. The social media feedback loop rewarded innovation and visual appeal, driving further creativity in wing preparation and presentation. The gourmet wing movement also created career opportunities for people who took wings seriously as culinary craft. Wing specialists emerged, chefs who built reputations specifically around wing preparation rather than broader cooking expertise. Some established consulting businesses, helping restaurants develop wing programs. Others competed in wing competitions, building personal brands as wing experts. A few wrote cookbooks dedicated entirely to wing recipes. This specialization would have seemed absurd in earlier eras when wings were considered simple bar food requiring minimal skill. By 2012, however, wing expertise was recognized as legitimate culinary knowledge, with techniques, flavor theory, and sourcing considerations as complex as any other food category. The paradox of gourmet wings was that they simultaneously validated and undermined the original buffalo wing concept. They validated it by demonstrating that the basic idea, fried chicken wings with flavorful coating, was strong enough to sustain infinite variation and serious culinary attention. The core concept clearly had merit if it could support both $8 sports bar versions and $30 heritage breed preparations. But gourmet wings also undermined the democratic, accessible character of the original dish. Teresa Bellissimo had created something inexpensive that anyone could afford, using ingredients and techniques that were straightforward rather than exclusive. The gourmetification of wings created a version that was exclusive rather than democratic, expensive rather than cheap, and sophisticated rather than simple. As wings went upscale, they simultaneously went global, adapting to local tastes in unexpected ways. The story of buffalo wings in the 21st century is not simply an American story. Between 2008 and 2015, wings underwent a remarkable global expansion, appearing on menus from Manila to Mexico City, from Tokyo to Toronto. This international spread transformed wings from a distinctly American food into a global phenomenon. But the process was far from straightforward. Each culture that adopted wings adapted them, creating variations that reflected local tastes, ingredients, and eating traditions. The result was a proliferation of wing styles that looked back to buffalo for inspiration, but moved in directions Teresa Bellissimo could never have imagined. Buffalo Wild Wings led the charge in international expansion, opening its first Canadian location in 2008 and accelerating its growth outside the United States over the following years. By 2015, the chain operated locations in Canada, Mexico, the Philippines, Panama, and several Middle Eastern countries. The company's expansion strategy recognized that wings, while American in origin, had universal appeal. Crispy fried chicken with flavorful sauces translated across cultural boundaries more easily than many American foods. However, Buffalo Wild Wings quickly learned that simple replication of their American concept wouldn't work everywhere. Each market required adaptation to local preferences, regulations, and dining customs. In Canada, Buffalo Wild Wings found a market already familiar with American-style casual dining and sports culture. The adaptation required was minimal: slight menu adjustments, French language options in Quebec, and attention to Canadian sports preferences, particularly hockey, rather than exclusively American football. Canadian locations thrived, with wings fitting naturally into existing pub culture. The company's success in Canada demonstrated that markets culturally and geographically close to the United States could adopt wings with relatively little modification. Mexico presented different challenges and opportunities. Mexican food culture already featured fried chicken prominently, and bold, spicy flavors were standard preferences rather than acquired tastes. Buffalo Wild Wings' Mexican locations adapted by offering sauce variations that incorporated familiar Mexican flavors, chipotle, lime, cilantro, alongside traditional buffalo sauce. The concept of eating chicken with hands while drinking and watching sports aligned well with Mexican cantina culture. However, wings competed with established Mexican foods that served similar social functions, and Buffalo Wild Wings needed to position itself as offering something distinctively different, rather than just another fried chicken option. The Philippines became one of Buffalo Wild Wings' most surprising success stories. Filipino food culture embraced fried chicken enthusiastically. Local chains like Jollibee had already established that Filipinos would support chicken-focused restaurants. The Filipino preference for sweet-savory flavor combinations meant that some of Buffalo Wild Wings' sweeter sauces performed particularly well. Additionally, the growing Filipino middle class sought American-style dining experiences as markers of cosmopolitan taste and economic progress. Wings became associated with modernity and American cultural influence, making them appealing beyond just their taste. By 2015, Buffalo Wild Wings had multiple Philippine locations, with plans for continued expansion. KFC, already operating in over 100 countries, added buffalo-style wings to menus in many international markets during this period. The company's approach differed from Buffalo Wild Wings. Rather than creating wing-focused restaurants, KFC added wings to existing menus alongside their core fried chicken products. This strategy leveraged KFC's established supply chains, real estate, and brand recognition while capitalizing on growing international interest in American food trends. KFC's wings varied by market, with the company developing region-specific sauces and preparations that aligned with local preferences while maintaining recognizable connection to American buffalo wings. Local interpretations of buffalo wings created fascinating hybrid dishes that reflected cultural exchange and adaptation. In Japan, wings frequently appeared with teriyaki glaze, a flavor combination already familiar to Japanese consumers from yakitori and other chicken preparations. Japanese restaurants often served wings with sides of pickled vegetables rather than celery, and provided wet towels for hand cleaning in keeping with Japanese dining etiquette. Some Japanese wing establishments adopted karaage, Japanese fried chicken, techniques, double frying wings for extra crispiness and serving them with yuzu-based sauces that offered citrus tang similar to buffalo sauce's vinegar notes. Indian adaptations of buffalo wings incorporated the subcontinent's complex spice traditions. Wings appeared coated with tandoori spices, tikka masala sauces, or fiery vindaloo preparations. These adaptations made wings accessible in a culture with limited beef and pork consumption, but strong chicken traditions. However, India's large vegetarian population, estimated at 30 to 40% depending on the region, meant that wings remained niche items available primarily in metropolitan areas and establishments catering to non-vegetarian diners. Some innovative Indian restaurants developed gobi wings, cauliflower florets battered and fried to mimic wing texture, then coated with traditional wing sauces to offer vegetarian alternatives. Mexican interpretations went beyond simple sauce adaptations to fundamentally reimagine wings. Chile lime wings became popular, featuring dried chili powder mixed with lime zest and salt, creating a preparation more closely aligned with Mexican street food than American bar food. Some Mexican establishments served wings with mole sauce, the complex, chocolate-inflected sauce from Oaxaca, creating a dish that was simultaneously recognizable as wings and distinctly Mexican. Wings also appeared with salsa verde, salsa macha, and other traditional Mexican sauces, demonstrating how adaptable the basic wing format was to local flavor traditions. McDonald's introduction of Mighty Wings in Asian markets in 2013 represented a major corporate bet on international wing appeal. The company initially offered wings in China, where fried chicken had already proven successful through KFC's dominance. McDonald's wings were breaded and seasoned, positioned between traditional buffalo wings and chicken nuggets. The product received mixed reviews and was eventually discontinued in most markets, but its existence demonstrated that even the world's largest restaurant chain saw wings as having significant international potential. McDonald's experience suggested that wings needed to be executed well to succeed. Simply being wings wasn't enough if the product didn't meet quality expectations. Cultural barriers to wing adoption varied significantly by region. In predominantly Muslim countries, halal certification was essential. Restaurants needed to ensure that all chicken was slaughtered according to Islamic law and that no alcohol appeared in wing sauces. A challenge, since traditional buffalo sauce preparation often included butter that might not be halal certified, and many wing variations incorporated wine or beer. Halal certified wing establishments emerged in countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, and Turkey, adapting recipes to meet religious requirements while maintaining recognizable wing character. Vegetarian societies presented different obstacles. In India, as mentioned, vegetarian alternatives became necessary. In other markets with significant vegetarian populations, wing restaurants simply accepted that they would serve a limited demographic. The messiness of eating wings also created challenges in cultures with different eating customs. In some East Asian markets, providing utensils for wing consumption or offering boneless wing options helped overcome resistance to handheld eating. Other cultures embraced the hands-on approach as part of the authentic American experience. American-style restaurants proliferated globally during this period, and buffalo wings featured prominently in their identities. These establishments, often independently owned rather than international chains, sought to recreate American casual dining experiences for local populations. They decorated with American sports memorabilia, played American music, and served foods considered quintessentially American: hamburgers, ribs, nachos, and increasingly buffalo wings. For customers in Seoul, Stockholm, or Sao Paulo, visiting these restaurants offered a taste of American culture. Wings became symbols of American informality, sports culture, and indulgent eating, cultural signifiers as much as food items. The concept of reverse innovation became evident as international wing flavors migrated back to American menus. Korean BBQ wings, which began appearing in Korea and Korean American communities, became mainstream in American wing restaurants by the early 2010s. Thai-inspired wings with peanut sauces and Vietnamese wings with fish sauce-based glazes followed similar paths. This reverse flow demonstrated that the global spread of wings wasn't simply American cultural imperialism, but rather a genuine exchange where international markets contributed new ideas that enriched American wing culture. By 2015, a customer at an American wing restaurant could choose from flavors representing cuisines from around the world, many of which had developed specifically through international wing adaptation. The symbolic dimension of wings as American cultural exports deserves attention. Food has always served as cultural ambassador, and buffalo wings joined hamburgers, pizza, and fried chicken as American foods that people worldwide recognized and consumed. Unlike pizza and fried chicken, which had older international histories, buffalo wings were distinctly American in origin and relatively recent in invention. Their global spread occurred during the Internet age, when American popular culture, music, movies, sports, social media reached global audiences more completely than ever before. Wings benefited from and contributed to this cultural influence. They appeared in American movies and television shows that played internationally. Sports bars, modeled on American establishments, opened in cities worldwide, and wings were expected components of these spaces. However, this symbolic dimension created ambivalence. In some contexts, eating wings represented cosmopolitan openness to international cuisine and modern lifestyle. In others, it symbolized American cultural dominance and homogenization of local food traditions. Critics of globalization pointed to American chain restaurants serving wings in countries with rich local culinary traditions as examples of cultural imperialism. Defenders argued that local populations freely chose to eat wings, that local adaptations demonstrated cultural resilience rather than surrender, and that food exchange enriched rather than impoverished local cultures. These debates reflected broader tensions about globalization that extended far beyond food. The economic dimension of international wing expansion also mattered. American restaurant chains opening internationally created employment and business opportunities in the countries where they operated. They also sent profits back to American parent companies and relied on supply chains that sometimes displaced local producers. The chicken industry became increasingly globalized, with wings sourced internationally and shipped across borders to meet demand. Brazil and Thailand became major wing exporters, with processing facilities specifically designed to serve international markets. This created economic development in those countries, but also raised questions about labor conditions, environmental standards, and economic dependency on export markets. By 2015, the globalization of buffalo wings was essentially complete. You could eat recognizable buffalo wings in major cities on every inhabited continent. The flavors available had exploded to encompass global influences. International adaptations had reverse migrated to American menus. Supply chains operated globally, with wings moving between countries and continents as commodities. The dish that Teresa Bellissimo had created in a Buffalo tavern had become genuinely global, transformed through its international journey while remaining recognizable in its essential character. Fried chicken wings with flavorful coatings, eaten by hand, often while socializing and watching sports. By 2015, you could eat buffalo wings in Seoul, Sao Paulo, and Stockholm. But back in America, technology was about to change how we got them. The way Americans obtained buffalo wings underwent a fundamental transformation between 2012 and 2020, driven by technological changes that reshaped the entire restaurant industry. The rise of food delivery apps, Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, and others, created new possibilities for how people accessed restaurant food. Buffalo wings, it turned out, were nearly ideally suited to this new delivery economy. The convergence of delivery technology and wing consumption patterns would be tested dramatically when the COVID-19 pandemic forced restaurants to rely almost entirely on delivery and takeout, creating both unprecedented demand and supply chain crises that revealed just how central wings had become to American eating habits. Grubhub, founded in 2004, was the pioneer in online food ordering. But the true delivery revolution began with the smartphone app era. Seamless, merged with Grubhub in 2013. Uber launched Uber Eats in 2014, leveraging its existing driver network. DoorDash, founded in 2013, expanded aggressively throughout the decade. Postmates, Caviar, and numerous smaller competitors joined the market. By 2018, these platforms were processing billions of dollars in food orders annually, fundamentally changing how Americans accessed restaurant food. The convenience of ordering from a phone app, tracking delivery in real time, and paying digitally without cash exchange lowered friction that had previously limited food delivery primarily to pizza and Chinese food. Buffalo wings proved exceptionally well suited to delivery for several practical reasons. Unlike many foods that deteriorated rapidly after preparation, wings maintained quality reasonably well during the typical 20–30 minute delivery window. The crispy skin, while not as perfect as fresh from fryer wings, remained acceptable even after traveling in a sealed container. Wings' inherent fattiness meant they didn't dry out as quickly as leaner proteins. The sauce coating helped maintain moisture and flavor. Unlike burgers, which could become soggy, or fries, which became unappetizing quickly, wings arrived at customers' doors in reasonably good condition. This durability made them reliable delivery items for both restaurants and customers. The temperature-holding properties of wings also mattered. Fried foods generally retained heat well due to their oil content, and wings were no exception. Properly packaged wings could arrive still warm enough to eat immediately without reheating. Some wing establishments invested in specialized packaging, vented containers that allowed steam to escape, preventing sogginess while maintaining temperature. Others developed packing techniques that separated wings from celery and dipping sauces, preventing cross-contamination while everything traveled together. These seemingly minor details significantly affected customer satisfaction and repeat ordering. The rise of virtual restaurants, also called ghost kitchens or cloud kitchens, represented one of the most significant developments enabled by delivery apps. These operations had no dining rooms or customer-facing presence. They existed purely to fulfill delivery orders. A single physical kitchen might house multiple virtual restaurant brands, each with its own menu and identity, on delivery apps. Wings featured prominently in many virtual restaurant concepts because they required relatively simple equipment, primarily deep fryers, had high profit margins, and generated strong delivery demand. An entrepreneur could launch a wing-focused virtual restaurant with minimal capital investment, operating from a shared commercial kitchen and reaching customers entirely through apps. Some virtual restaurants specialized in wings to an extraordinary degree, offering 30 or 40 sauce variations with no other menu items. Others created wing-adjacent concepts: boneless wings, wing sandwiches, loaded wing fries that maximized use of chicken and deep fryers. The virtual restaurant model allowed rapid testing of concepts. If a particular sauce or preparation style wasn't selling, it could be removed or modified within days. Successful items could be emphasized. This agility contrasted sharply with traditional restaurants, where menu changes required careful consideration and involved physical menu printing and staff training. Wingstop, a chain founded in 1994 in Texas, positioned itself brilliantly for the delivery app era. Unlike Buffalo Wild Wings, which emphasized in-restaurant sports viewing, Wingstop focused primarily on takeout and delivery from its inception. Most Wingstop locations had minimal seating, with the majority of space dedicated to kitchen operations. When delivery apps proliferated, Wingstop was already optimized for this business model. The company partnered aggressively with delivery platforms, ensuring prominent placement in app interfaces. By 2018, delivery and digital ordering accounted for over 40% of Wingstop's sales. The company's stock price reflected investor enthusiasm for its delivery-first approach, significantly outperforming competitors during the late 2010s. Super Bowl delivery logistics became increasingly complex as delivery apps gained popularity. What had previously been primarily a dine-in and pickup surge now included massive delivery demand. The National Chicken Council estimated that Super Bowl Live in 2020 would see Americans consume 1.4 billion chicken wings, and an increasing percentage would be delivered rather than consumed in restaurants. Delivery platforms prepared months in advance, recruiting additional drivers, coordinating with restaurants to ensure adequate inventory, and developing surge pricing algorithms to balance supply and demand. Restaurants hired extra staff, pre-prepped ingredients, and sometimes limited menu options on Super Bowl Sunday to focus on high-volume items like wings. The most dramatic test of the delivery-wing relationship came with the COVID-19 pandemic, beginning in March 2020. As states issued stay-at-home orders and restaurants closed dining rooms, delivery and takeout became the only ways most restaurants could operate. Wing establishments, already well positioned for delivery, pivoted rapidly. Restaurants that had been primarily dine-in operations suddenly needed to become delivery experts virtually overnight. Many succeeded because Wing's delivery-friendly properties gave them an advantage over restaurants serving foods that traveled poorly. Wing consumption actually increased during the pandemic, despite overall restaurant spending declining. Confined to their homes, Americans sought comfort foods, and wings fit that category perfectly. Delivery of wings allowed people to recreate familiar social eating experiences, watching sports, having informal meals with household members while quarantined. The hands-on eating style and the indulgent nature of wings provided small pleasures during an anxious, restricted period. Data from delivery platforms showed wing orders surging during spring and summer 2020, even as many other restaurant categories struggled. This surge in demand, combined with supply chain disruptions from the pandemic, created the Great Wing Shortage of 2021. Processing plants had reduced capacity due to COVID-19 outbreaks among workers and safety protocols that slowed production lines. Restaurants that had closed temporarily or reduced operations during lockdowns suddenly reopened simultaneously as vaccinations allowed normal operations to resume, all placing large wing orders at once. The supply chain, which had been optimized for steady, predictable demand, couldn't respond quickly enough to the sudden spike. Wings became scarce, and prices skyrocketed. By mid-2021, wholesale wing prices reached levels never previously seen. Wings that had cost restaurants perhaps 1,050 sounds per pound before the pandemic were selling for $3 or even $3.50 per pound, in some cases exceeding the price of chicken breast meat for the first time in history. This price inversion represented a complete reversal of the economics that had prevailed for the previous century. The cheapest part of the chicken was now among the most expensive. Restaurants faced difficult choices: absorb the increased costs and sacrifice profit margins, raise menu prices and risk losing customers, or temporarily remove wings from menus until prices stabilized. Some restaurants responded by promoting boneless wings more aggressively. Boneless wings, made from chicken breast meat cut into chunks, breaded, fried, and sauced, required different raw materials than traditional wings. With breast meat actually cheaper than wings during the shortage, boneless wings became economically advantageous for restaurants. However, this sparked renewed debate about whether boneless wings deserved the name wings at all. Purists argued vehemently that boneless wings were simply sauced chicken nuggets, with nothing connecting them to actual wings beyond marketing. The National Chicken Council itself weighed in, with its president stating publicly that boneless wings should be called sauced chicken nuggets, or something similar to avoid confusion. The debate, while sometimes humorous, reflected genuine questions about food authenticity and consumer expectations. Boneless wings had existed since the 1990s and had always been somewhat controversial among wing enthusiasts. They offered convenience: no bones to navigate, easier for children, faster to eat, but lacked the textural pleasure of crispy skin and the ritual experience of eating around bones. Some customers preferred boneless wings for these practical reasons. Others saw them as inferior substitutes, barely related to real wings. The economic pressure of the shortage brought this philosophical divide into sharper focus, with restaurants needing to decide whether to emphasize boneless options despite potential purist backlash. The delivery app revolution also changed how people discovered wings and made purchasing decisions. Previously, wing reputation was built through word of mouth, local advertising, and physical proximity. Delivery apps created new dynamics. Restaurants with photogenic menu images attracted orders from people who had never heard of them. Customer reviews and ratings influenced choices powerfully. Virtual restaurants with no physical presence could compete directly with established local institutions based purely on delivery experience and app presentation. This democratized access in some ways. New entrants could reach customers without prime real estate, but also created winner-take-all dynamics, where highly rated restaurants dominated while lower-rated competitors struggled. The data generated by delivery apps provided restaurants with unprecedented information about customer preferences, ordering patterns, and popular items. Restaurants could see exactly which sauce flavors sold best on which days, at what times customers ordered wings, and how weather affected demand. This information allowed more precise inventory management and marketing. However, it also gave delivery platforms significant power, as they controlled access to this data and could use it to inform their own business decisions, including potentially launching competing virtual restaurants. The commission fees charged by delivery platforms, typically 15 to 30% of order value, created tension between restaurants and apps. For high-margin items like wings, these fees were sustainable if painful. Restaurants needed the customer access that apps provided, but resented paying such substantial percentages of revenue. Some restaurants raised prices specifically for delivery app orders to offset commission costs. Others tried to encourage direct ordering through their own websites and apps. The pandemic period, when delivery was essential rather than optional, increased restaurants' dependence on these platforms, despite the economic challenges they created. By late 2020, as the pandemic continued, but supply chains began stabilizing, a new normal emerged. Delivery was no longer just a convenience option, but a fundamental component of how many Americans accessed restaurant food, including wings. Restaurants had optimized operations for delivery, often creating dedicated preparation areas for takeout and delivery orders separate from dine-in service. Virtual restaurants had proliferated, with hundreds or thousands operating in major cities. The infrastructure for delivering wings anywhere, anytime, had been built and tested under extraordinary circumstances. The wing industry had proven remarkably resilient, adapting to disruption and maintaining its central place in American eating habits, even during a global crisis. The pandemic revealed both the resilience and vulnerability of the wing supply chain. As the world emerged from lockdowns, the wing industry faced a reckoning. As of 2024, buffalo wings occupy a paradoxical position in American food culture, simultaneously ubiquitous and contested, beloved and criticized, traditional and constantly evolving. The wing industry generates over $5 billion annually, with wings available everywhere from gas station hot cases to Michelin-starred restaurants. Yet the dish remains subject to ongoing debates about authenticity, preparation methods, environmental impact, and what exactly constitutes a real buffalo wing. Understanding the current landscape requires examining both the enormous commercial success of wings and the unresolved questions that success has generated. The Anchor Bar, where this entire story began, continues operating in Buffalo more than 60 years after Teresa Bellissimo's improvisation. The establishment has become a tourist destination, attracting visitors from around the world who want to eat wings at their place of origin. The bar has expanded from its original modest space into a larger facility capable of handling crowds, though it retains elements of the neighborhood tavern atmosphere. Photographs of the Bellissimo family line the walls, and servers recite the origin story to curious customers. The menu has expanded beyond wings to include other items, but wings remain the centerpiece. Prices have increased substantially. A dozen wings that might have cost $2 in 1970 now cost $15 or more. But customers pay willingly for the experience of eating wings where they were invented. The Anchor Bar competes for wing supremacy, not just with Duff's, its historic local rival, but with countless Buffalo establishments claiming to make the city's best wings. Buffalo takes its wing heritage seriously, with residents maintaining fierce loyalties to particular restaurants and engaging in ongoing debates about proper preparation. The city hosts the National Buffalo Wing Festival annually, typically in late summer, drawing over 80,000 visitors to celebrate wings with competitions, tastings, and live entertainment. The festival has become a significant event in Buffalo's calendar, generating tourism revenue and reinforcing the city's identity as the wing capital of the world. National Wing Day, celebrated each July 29th, emerged in the 2010s as a promotional creation by wing-focused restaurants and the National Chicken Council. The day has gained traction, with restaurants offering special promotions and social media filling with wing-related content. While clearly commercial in origin, National Wing Day reflects wings' cultural significance. Few foods merit dedicated national observance days. Wing-eating competitions, often held on National Wing Day or during wing festivals, have become their own spectacle. Professional competitive eaters like Joey Chestnut and Molly Schuyler consume hundreds of wings in 10-minute contests, pushing human capacity to extremes that both fascinate and disturb spectators. The drums versus flats debate represents one of the wing world's most enduring controversies. Online polls consistently show rough parity, with perhaps a slight edge to drums among general populations. Drums, the portion resembling a miniature drumstick, offer more meat and a built-in handle, making them easier to eat. Flats, the double-boned portion, require more skill to navigate, but provide better source-to-meat ratio and, according to advocates, superior crispy skin surface area. The debate has spawned countless social media arguments, think pieces, and even merchandise declaring allegiance to one side or the other. Some restaurants now allow customers to order all drums or all flats portions, accommodating preferences at premium prices. The blue cheese versus ranch controversy continues with similar intensity. Traditional buffalo wing purists insist that blue cheese is the only acceptable accompaniment, arguing that ranch represents a corruption of the original dish. Ranch advocates counter that personal preference should govern condiment choice and that ranch's milder flavor appeals to broader audiences, including children. Survey data suggests that ranch has actually surpassed blue cheese in popularity nationally, though blue cheese maintains dominance in Buffalo and among self-identified wing enthusiasts. The debate has become a cultural signifier, with blue cheese preference marking oneself as a traditionalist and ranch preference, suggesting either practical accessibility or, depending on perspective, insufficient appreciation for authenticity. Plant-based wing alternatives emerged as a significant category in the early 2020s, reflecting broader trends toward plant-based meat substitutes. Companies like Impossible Foods, Beyond Meat, and Simulate developed products designed to replicate the wing experience using plant proteins. Simulate's nugs, made from textured pea protein, gained particular attention for their wing-like texture and ability to be tossed in traditional wing sauces. These products target multiple consumer segments: vegetarians and vegans, who want wing flavors without animal products, environmentally conscious consumers concerned about chicken production's impacts, and flexitarians reducing but not eliminating meat consumption. Plant-based wings face both enthusiastic adoption and skeptical resistance. Reviews are mixed, with some consumers finding them surprisingly convincing approximations of chicken wings, while others consider them poor substitutes that miss essential qualities of the original. The products work best when judged on their own terms, rather than as direct chicken replacements. They succeed in delivering spicy, saucy, somewhat crispy handheld eating experiences, even if the texture and flavor don't perfectly replicate chicken. Market penetration remains relatively small compared to traditional wings, but growth has been steady, suggesting these products will remain permanent if niche components of the wing landscape. The air fryer revolution has transformed home wing preparation more than any previous technology. Air fryers, which use circulating hot air to crisp foods with minimal oil, became increasingly popular in American kitchens during the late 2010s and early 2020s. Wings proved to be one of air fryers' killer applications. The devices could produce reasonably crispy wings at home without the mess, smell, and perceived danger of deep frying. Air fryer wing recipes proliferated online, with home cooks sharing techniques for achieving optimal crispiness and sauce application. While air-fried wings don't perfectly replicate the texture of deep-fried versions, they offer a convenient home alternative that has made wing consumption more accessible to people unwilling or unable to deep fry. TikTok and other social media platforms have driven constant innovation in wing preparation and presentation. Viral wing recipes circulate regularly, introducing novel flavor combinations and techniques to millions of viewers. The baked feta pasta, viral phenomenon of 2021, had a wing equivalent in various viral wing preparations that prompted runs on specific ingredients at grocery stores. TikTok creators experiment with extreme heat levels, unusual sauce combinations, and creative presentations designed for visual impact and shareability. Some innovations gain lasting adoption, while others remain momentary trends. But the constant churn of new ideas keeps wing culture dynamic and evolving. The influence of social media on wings extends beyond recipes to shape dining choices and restaurant success. A wing restaurant that creates an Instagram-worthy signature preparation can build national awareness despite being a single location. User-generated content, customers photographing and sharing their wings, provides authentic marketing that traditional advertising can't match. However, this dynamic also creates pressure for constant novelty and visual impact over substance, potentially prioritizing appearance over flavor and encouraging extreme, attention-grabbing variations that sacrifice balance and coherence. Labor issues in chicken processing plants remain serious and largely unresolved. Despite increased attention following the pandemic, when processing plant workers faced high COVID-19 infection risks while being classified as essential workers, fundamental conditions have improved only marginally. Processing lines still operate at speeds that create high injury rates. Workers, many of whom are immigrants, still face difficult conditions for relatively low wages. Unionization efforts have had limited success in the chicken industry. Some companies have implemented modest reforms, additional break time, slightly better protective equipment, but systemic issues persist. Most wing consumers remain disconnected from these labor realities, enjoying wings without considering the human costs of their production. Sustainability questions have intensified as climate change concerns have become more urgent. Chicken production's environmental footprint, water usage, feed crop cultivation, waste production, greenhouse gas emissions receives growing scrutiny from environmental advocates and increasingly from consumers. Studies calculating the carbon footprint of various foods consistently show that chicken, while more efficient than beef or pork, still has significant environmental impact. The enormous scale of wing consumption, billions consumed annually just in the United States, means that collective impact is substantial even if per unit impact is moderate compared to other meats. Some consumers respond to sustainability concerns by reducing wing consumption or choosing wings from producers claiming better environmental practices. However, the price premium for sustainably raised chicken wings limits accessibility, and greenwashing makes it difficult for consumers to verify environmental claims. The broader tension between individual food enjoyment and collective environmental responsibility remains unresolved. Wings exemplify this dilemma, a food that brings genuine pleasure to millions of people, but whose production at scale creates environmental costs that will be borne by future generations. The current regulatory environment around wing production and labeling remains relatively loose. Natural, free range, and similar terms on chicken products have minimal legal definition and inconsistent meaning. Country of origin labeling requirements are limited. Restaurants and retailers are not required to disclose detailed information about how their wings were produced, making informed consumer choice difficult even for motivated individuals. Consumer advocacy groups have pushed for stronger labeling requirements and more stringent definitions of marketing terms, but industry lobbying has largely prevented significant regulatory changes. The economic structure of the wing industry has consolidated significantly over recent decades. A handful of large processors, Tyson, Perdue, Pilgrim's Pride, Cock Foods, control the majority of chicken production. This concentration creates efficiencies, but also reduces competition and gives processors significant market power over both chicken growers, who often operate under contract arrangements that leave them with little independence, and restaurant purchasers. Small-scale chicken producers exist, but struggle to compete on price with industrial operations, limiting their market to consumers willing to pay substantial premiums for alternatives. The current wing landscape includes remarkable diversity, coexisting with industrial standardization. A consumer can choose traditional buffalo wings at a neighborhood bar, Korean BBQ wings at a trendy restaurant, plant-based alternatives at a health-focused establishment, or frozen wings from a grocery store. This variety represents genuine choice, but it also reflects fragmentation. Different wing experiences appeal to different consumers, and the shared cultural experience that wings once represented has splintered somewhat as options have proliferated. Wings remain broadly popular, but the specific experience of eating wings varies tremendously depending on where and what one orders. Looking at the complete arc, from Teresa Bellissimo's midnight improvisation to today's billion-dollar industry, reveals patterns about American food culture itself. The 60-year journey of buffalo wings, from improvised bar snack to global phenomenon, reveals patterns that extend far beyond a single food item. The arc of wings development illuminates how American food culture operates, how economic value is created and distributed, and how foods become woven into social identity. Examining these patterns offers insights not just about wings, but about the broader processes through which foods rise, spread, and embed themselves in culture. The transformation of chicken wings from waste product to premium item represents one of the most dramatic value reversals in food history. For most of the 20th century, wings were literally discarded or sold for pennies to pet food manufacturers. By 2021, they temporarily became more expensive per pound than chicken breast. The premium cut that had driven chicken breeding and production for decades. This reversal demonstrates that value in food is not inherent, but constructed through cultural processes. Wings didn't change physically, but their meaning changed entirely. What was once considered too bony and difficult to eat became celebrated for requiring hands-on engagement. The small amount of meat per wing, once a disadvantage, became acceptable once people understood wings as snack food rather than main protein source. This pattern of waste to value appears repeatedly in food history. Lobster, now an expensive delicacy, was once considered poverty food fed to servants and prisoners in colonial New England. Oysters shifted from working-class street food to luxury item and back again across the 19th and 20th centuries. Pork belly, long the cheapest cut, became expensive bacon as preferences shifted. The buffalo wing story suggests that any food considered waste has potential for revaluation if someone discovers or creates a preparation that makes it appealing, if that preparation occurs at the right cultural moment. Innovation, whether accidental or intentional, can unlock value in the overlooked. Regional identity played a crucial role in wings' development and spread. The attachment of buffalo to chicken wings permanently linked the dish to a specific place, giving wings a geographic authenticity that enhanced their appeal. This geographic branding benefited buffalo economically through wing tourism and cultural recognition, but it also created tension around authenticity. Who has the right to define what counts as authentic buffalo wings? Can wings made outside buffalo be authentic? Does using different ingredients or techniques disqualify a preparation from being real buffalo wings? These questions, while sometimes seeming trivial, reflect deeper issues about cultural ownership and the ways places claim and benefit from food traditions. The pattern visible in wings appears in many regional American foods. Philly cheesesteaks, Chicago deep dish pizza, Carolina barbecue and others all attach strongly to places of origin while simultaneously spreading far beyond those places. The geographic specificity creates marketing appeal. People want to eat authentic versions, but also creates impossible standards since replication outside the origin context necessarily involves changes. Buffalo's relationship with wings demonstrates both the benefits and limitations of geographic food branding. The city gains recognition and tourist revenue, but it cannot control how wings are prepared elsewhere or prevent variations that Buffalo residents consider inauthentic. The class implications of Wings' journey from working-class bar food to mainstream acceptance deserve attention. Wings emerged in a blue-collar tavern served to factory workers and neighborhood residents. Their rise to respectability parallels the broader gentrification of working-class foods that characterized early 21st century American food culture. Tacos, ramen, fried chicken, and barbecue all underwent similar trajectories. Foods that originated in working-class or immigrant communities became fashionable among middle-class consumers willing to pay premium prices for authentic versions. This pattern creates economic opportunities, but also displacement. When wings became gourmet items commanding high prices, it created space for upscale wing restaurants, but also priced out some of the working-class consumers who had sustained wing culture originally. The $8 wings at a neighborhood bar and the $30 heritage breed wings at a gastropub exist in the same category nominally, but they serve different populations and provide different experiences. The democratization of access that cheap wings once represented has been partially undermined by the creation of premium tiers accessible only to those with substantial disposable income. Sports culture's influence on wings cannot be overstated. The association between wings and football viewing, particularly the Super Bowl, transformed wings from bar food to essential party food. This connection demonstrates how media consumption patterns shape eating habits. The rise of home sports viewing parties created demand for foods suitable for casual communal eating while watching television. Wings fit this need perfectly, but so did other foods. The specific association between wings and sports developed through marketing, restaurant positioning, and consumer adoption that reinforced itself through repetition. Once established, this association became self-perpetuating. People ate wings while watching sports because that's what people did while watching sports. This pattern suggests that foods can become embedded in cultural practices through association rather than inherent suitability. Wings aren't objectively superior to other foods for sports watching, but they've become culturally dominant in that context. The sports-wings connection also demonstrates how corporate interests can shape cultural practices through sustained marketing. Restaurant chains and chicken producers actively promoted the Wings Sports Association because it benefited them commercially, and consumers adopted it because it provided a clear framework for social eating. The result feels organic and natural, but it was partially engineered. The tension between authenticity and accessibility runs throughout wings history. Purists argue that only wings prepared according to specific methods with particular ingredients deserve the buffalo wing designation. They critique chains, variations, boneless wings, and adaptations as corruptions. Pragmatists counter that strict authenticity limits access and enjoyment. that evolution is natural and that different preparations can coexist without diminishing the original. This tension appears in virtually every popular food. Pizza authorities debate whether non-Neapolitan pizzas deserve the name, barbecue regions dispute techniques and definitions, and so on. The wing story suggests that authenticity concerns, while genuinely felt, ultimately don't prevent adaptation and spread. Despite purist objections, boneless wings exist and remain popular. Chain restaurants serve wings that Buffalo residents consider inauthentic, yet these chains thrive. International variations incorporate flavors that would have been unthinkable in 1960s Buffalo, and these variations develop their own followings. Authenticity provides a reference point and a marketing angle, but it doesn't constrain evolution. The foods that succeed commercially are those that deliver satisfying experiences, whether or not they satisfy authenticity criteria defined by originalists. Industrial food systems demonstrated remarkable adaptability in responding to wing demand. An industry structured around breast meat production redesigned processing lines, adjusted breeding priorities, and reconfigured supply chains to accommodate a product it had previously considered waste. This adaptability shows industrial food's responsiveness to market signals. When consumers want something badly enough to pay premium prices, production systems adjust. However, this responsiveness operates purely along commercial lines. The industry adapted to produce more wings, but made minimal changes in response to labor, environmental, or animal welfare concerns unless forced by regulation or consumer pressure translated into economic incentives. The persistence of wing consumption, despite health concerns, reveals important patterns about how Americans relate to food and health information. Nutritional criticisms of wings are well-founded. They are high in calories, fat, and sodium. Public health advocates have raised these concerns repeatedly, yet consumption has continued growing. This pattern appears across many foods: soda, processed meat, desserts, where health concerns are acknowledged but don't translate into major behavioral change for most consumers. The reasons are complex. Pleasure and social connection often outweigh health considerations, especially for foods consumed occasionally. People discount future health risks in favor of immediate enjoyment, and health messaging competes with massive marketing promoting consumption. The successful pattern wings followed: local invention, regional spread, national adoption, global adaptation, appears repeatedly in food diffusion. Pizza followed this pattern from Naples to Italian-American communities, to national chains to global ubiquity, with local variations. Sushi moved from Japan to expatriate Japanese communities, to broader adoption to global spread, with dramatic adaptations. The pattern suggests certain stages are necessary for foods to achieve global scale. Local invention provides the original concept. Regional spread allows refinement and testing. National adoption requires infrastructure development and cultural acceptance. Global adaptation involves local populations modifying the concept to fit their preferences and ingredients. Each stage involves transformation. Wings that go global are not identical to Teresa Bellissimo's original preparation. They've been standardized, adapted, and modified repeatedly. This transformation is necessary for scale, but also represents loss of certain qualities that existed in the original. The trade-off between accessibility and preservation of original character cannot be avoided. As foods spread, they inevitably change, gaining broader reach while losing some specificity of origin. Buffalo's experience with wing tourism demonstrates both opportunities and limitations of food-based economic development. The city successfully marketed its wing heritage, attracting visitors who spend money at restaurants, hotels, and other local businesses. The National Buffalo Wing Festival generates millions in economic impact annually. Wing-related tourism provides employment and tax revenue. However, this hasn't fundamentally transformed Buffalo's economy or reversed decades of industrial decline. Food tourism provides supplementary income, but rarely serves as foundation for broad economic revival. Buffalo remains a city facing significant challenges despite its wing fame. What worked in Wing's success can be summarized clearly. The taste was genuinely appealing, combining flavors and textures that delivered satisfaction. The social eating format encouraged sharing and communal consumption, making wings suitable for group occasions. The versatile format allowed endless variation while maintaining core identity, letting wings adapt to different contexts without losing recognizability. The timing was fortunate. Wings emerged and spread during periods when American food culture was becoming more adventurous and less formal. And the economics were favorable. Wings provided high profit margins for restaurants while remaining affordable for consumers through most of their history. What remains unresolved is equally clear. Sustainability questions intensify as climate change effects become more severe, and Wing's environmental footprint draws more scrutiny. Labor issues in processing plants persist with minimal progress towards solutions that protect workers while maintaining economic viability. Health impacts of frequent wing consumption remain concerning despite being widely acknowledged. Animal welfare standards in industrial chicken production show little improvement despite growing consumer awareness. These unresolved issues suggest that Wing's current success may not be sustainable long-term, at least not in their current form and production scale. The story of Buffalo Wings isn't finished. It continues evolving. What began in a single bar on a single night has become a lens for understanding American food culture itself. We've traveled a long distance together, from the jungles of Southeast Asia 8,000 years ago, where humans first domesticated the red jungle fowl, through millennia of chicken husbandry and global dispersal, to a tavern in Buffalo, New York, on a Friday night in 1964, where Teresa Bellissimo transformed discarded chicken parts into something entirely new. From there, we followed Buffalo Wings through local popularity, national expansion, and global adaptation, watching as they've become embedded in American culture and spread to dining tables across the world. The journey encompasses not just a single food, but the forces that shape how we eat, what we value, and how foods move through culture and commerce. The core transformation remains striking no matter how many times we examine it. Chicken wings spent most of human history as the least desirable part of an increasingly valuable animal. They were fed to servants, boiled for broth, or simply discarded. They had essentially no commercial value. Processing plants accumulated them by the barrel, selling them for pennies or giving them away. Within 2 decades of Teresa's improvisation, wings had become sought-after items, commanding premium prices. By 2021, they temporarily cost more per pound than chicken breast, a complete inversion of the value hierarchy that had existed for centuries. This transformation wasn't inevitable or natural. It resulted from a specific preparation created at a particular cultural moment, followed by decades of refinement, marketing, infrastructure development, and consumer adoption. This transformation reveals something fundamental about value creation in food. Wings didn't change physically. They remained the same body parts they'd always been, containing the same meat and bones and skin. What changed was cultural perception, driven by a preparation method that made wings appealing and a social context that made them meaningful. Value in food isn't inherent in nutritional content or physical properties. It's constructed through cultural processes that assign meaning, create desire, and establish frameworks for understanding what makes something worth eating. Buffalo wings demonstrate that nearly any food, no matter how unpromising it initially appears, can be transformed into something culturally significant and commercially valuable if circumstances align properly. The challenges that accompany wings' success remain largely unresolved as we move further into the 21st century. Sustainable production questions grow more urgent as climate change accelerates and environmental impacts receive increased scrutiny. Chicken production at the scale necessary to satisfy global wing demand requires enormous inputs of water, feed crops, energy, and land. It generates substantial waste and greenhouse gas emissions. While chicken is more environmentally efficient than beef or pork per unit of protein, the sheer volume of consumption means cumulative impacts are significant. No clear path exists toward dramatically reducing these impacts while maintaining current production levels and keeping wings affordable and accessible. Labor conditions in chicken processing plants remain troubling despite decades of awareness. Workers continue facing high injury rates, difficult conditions, and wages that often leave them economically insecure despite performing demanding, essential work. The industry's structure creates incentives for processing plants to maximize speed and minimize labor costs, working against meaningful improvements. Unionization efforts have had limited success. Regulatory oversight remains inconsistent. The fundamental tension between producing cheap, abundant chicken and treating workers with dignity and paying them adequately has not been resolved. Most wing consumers remain disconnected from these realities, enjoying wings without considering or even knowing about the labor conditions that produce them. Health impacts of frequent wing consumption present personal rather than collective challenges, but they remain significant. Wings' high caloric density, fat content, and sodium levels mean that regular consumption contributes to obesity, heart disease, and other diet-related health conditions. Public health messaging has raised these concerns repeatedly with minimal effect on consumption patterns. Americans continue eating wings in increasing quantities despite understanding their nutritional drawbacks. This suggests that health considerations, while acknowledged, rarely override the pleasure and social value people derive from foods they enjoy. The individual health consequences of wing consumption are real, but generally appear only after years or decades of dietary patterns, making them easy to discount in favor of immediate enjoyment. Looking toward potential futures, several technological and cultural developments may reshape wings over coming decades. Lab-grown or cultivated meat, chicken cells grown in bioreactors rather than raised in living birds, represents one possible transformation. Several companies are developing cultivated chicken products, and wings seem like a logical application. Cultivated wings could potentially address animal welfare concerns and reduce some environmental impacts, though the technology remains expensive and questions about its sustainability compared to conventional production remain debated. Whether consumers would accept lab-grown wings at scale, and whether they could be produced affordably enough to compete with conventional wings, remains uncertain. Plant-based wing alternatives will likely continue developing and capturing growing market share. Current plant-based wings approximate but don't fully replicate the chicken wing experience. Future products may close this gap as food technology advances. However, plant-based alternatives face the challenge that their environmental and ethical advantages appeal primarily to consumers already inclined toward plant-based eating, while the consumers most attached to traditional wings often show little interest in alternatives. Plant-based wings may carve out a permanent niche without threatening conventional wings' dominance. Flavor experimentation will certainly continue. The explosion of wing sauce varieties over the past 2 decades shows no signs of slowing. Social media accelerates the pace of innovation, with new flavor combinations going viral and influencing restaurants globally. Future wings will incorporate flavors we can't yet imagine, drawing on culinary traditions from around the world and responding to shifting consumer preferences. This evolution will continue the pattern we've observed, wings maintaining recognizable core identity while accommodating endless variation. The format is robust enough to sustain continued innovation without losing coherence. The enduring appeal of buffalo wings rests on elements that transcend specific preparations or flavors. Communal eating remains central. Wings are foods designed for sharing, for group occasions, for social connection. The hands-on experience of eating wings creates engagement that plated foods with utensils don't match. Working around bones, getting sauce on fingers, and fully committing to the slightly messy process creates a kind of eating that feels unguarded and authentic. The customizable heat levels allow individual preference within shared experiences. Groups can order various spice levels, with each person finding their comfortable intensity. These elements of wings' appeal aren't likely to diminish, regardless of how production systems or flavor profiles evolve. Buffalo wings reveal multiple things about American culture, some flattering and others less so. They demonstrate American innovation and entrepreneurship, the ability to see possibility in waste, to create value through creativity, and to build industries around successful ideas. They reflect American informality, and the rejection of pretentious formality in favor of direct pleasure. They show American sports obsession and how deeply entertainment media shapes even basic activities like eating. They embody American comfort food psychology, the tendency to seek solace and pleasure in rich, indulgent foods that provide immediate satisfaction, even at potential long-term cost. They reveal American exceptionalism and cultural influence. A food invented in Buffalo appears on menus in Seoul, Stockholm, and Sao Paulo, adapted but recognizable. Wings also reveal American contradictions. They represent democratic access. Everyone can afford wings, yet produce them through systems that exploit workers and concentrate profits in corporate hands. They exemplify innovation that creates value, yet that value comes partly from ignoring or externalizing environmental and social costs. They bring people together for communal experiences, yet those experiences depend on industrial food systems that disconnect consumers from production realities. They're celebrated as emblems of American culture, yet their production often contradicts American values around fair labor, environmental stewardship, and animal welfare. These contradictions aren't unique to wings. They characterize much of American food culture, but wings embody them with particular clarity. Returning to human scale helps us see past the industry, statistics, and global reach to remember what wings mean in everyday experience. Consider a group of friends gathering on a Sunday afternoon to watch football, ordering wings, and arranging them on a table. The game provides nominal focus, but the real experience is being together, talking and laughing, reaching for wings throughout the afternoon. The wings facilitate and enhance this gathering. They give people something to do with their hands, provide a reason to lean forward and engage, create shared small pleasures as people try different flavors and compare preferences. Hours pass in comfortable companionship, with wings as a constant presence and participant in the social experience. Or consider a parent and child at a local wing restaurant, the child carefully navigating a first experience with spicy food, learning the ritual of celery and blue cheese for cooling relief. The parent guides them through the experience, sharing knowledge and creating a small rite of passage. Or college students celebrating the end of exams, ordering far too many wings and eating until they're uncomfortably full, the excess itself part of the celebration. Or co-workers gathering after a difficult project, decompressing together over wings and beer, rebuilding relationships strained by stress. In these human-scale experiences, wings serve as medium for connection, ritual, and pleasure. The industrial systems and global supply chains recede into background. What matters is the immediate experience of sharing food with people you care about. Teresa Bellissimo's improvisation, 60 years ago, reminds us that transformative innovations often emerge from unexpected places, born of necessity and creativity in equal measure. She wasn't trying to create an American icon or launch a global industry. She was solving an immediate problem, feeding hungry young men late at night with limited available ingredients. Her creativity lay in seeing possibility where others had seen only waste, in combining familiar elements in an unfamiliar way, and in trusting that something unconventional might work. The fact that her improvisation resonated so strongly and spread so widely suggests it tapped into something deeper than just clever cooking. It met needs and desires that people hadn't fully recognized they had. This pattern appears throughout food history and indeed throughout innovation generally. Transformative developments often come not from systematic research or careful planning, but from accidents, improvisations, and unlikely combinations that happen to align with unmet needs at receptive cultural moments. We cannot engineer these moments or predict what will resonate. We can only create conditions where experimentation is possible, where people have freedom to try unlikely ideas, and where successful innovations can be recognized and developed. Buffalo Wings emerged from such conditions, a neighborhood tavern where the owner had freedom to experiment, a social context receptive to new food experiences, and systems that allowed successful innovations to spread. The story of Buffalo Wings contains multitudes. It's a story of culinary creativity and entrepreneurial success. It's a story of American cultural influence spreading globally. It's a story of working-class food achieving mainstream acceptance. It's a story of industrial food systems adapting to consumer demand. It's also a story of labor exploitation, environmental degradation, and health impacts that remain largely unaddressed. It's a story of community and social connection. It's a story of marketing and economic transformation. All of these dimensions coexist within the same food, the same phenomenon. None can be separated from the others. The pleasure people take in eating wings, the labor conditions that produce them, the environmental costs, the cultural meanings, the economic value, all are part of the complete picture. As we finish this journey through the history of Buffalo Wings, we're left not with simple conclusions, but with appreciation for complexity. Buffalo Wings are not simply good or bad, beneficial or harmful. They're woven into millions of people's lives, providing genuine pleasure and facilitating real connection. They've created economic value and employment opportunities. They've also generated environmental costs and depended on labor systems that deserve significant improvement. They represent both American innovation and American contradictions, both democratic access and concentrated corporate power, both cultural richness and cultural homogenization. What seems certain is that Buffalo Wings will continue evolving. They've shown remarkable resilience and adaptability over 60 years, surviving changing tastes, economic disruptions, and cultural shifts. The basic concept, crispy fried chicken wings with flavorful coating, eaten by hand, often in social contexts, has proven durable enough to sustain endless variation while remaining recognizable. Whether future wings come from conventionally raised chickens, cultivated meat, or plant-based alternatives, whether they're fried in traditional oil or crisped in air fryers, whether they feature traditional buffalo sauce or flavors we haven't yet imagined, they'll likely maintain connection to what Teresa Bellissimo created on that Friday night in 1964. The story that began with ancient chicken domestication in Southeast Asia continued through millennia of culinary development and crystallized in a buffalo tavern remains unfinished. Buffalo Wings will continue adapting, spreading, and evolving. New variations will emerge. New technologies will reshape production, and new generations will discover wings and make them their own. Through all these changes, wings will likely remain what they've been at their best. A simple pleasure, a reason to gather, a small but genuine source of joy in ordinary life. That may not sound profound, but in a complex world facing enormous challenges, the ability to bring people together for shared enjoyment over uncomplicated food is no small thing.